pagput kilang mito tinublume kuya gigipti kita tapame ublume ay takaptiut na magtumiktal mga tigit kakaptiut kuya gipaptigit umatiptin kuwa maligaliok tinublume munang inayak katit imaliok paliatin lugit kibkaktok tut inuku katimingi talban inunatsia milwani hiumakainik tuni paglugin ay tok paglugin kuya gigiptigit ay tok pagkaptiut inurjuti kaptingnik tap kodlo angil kaumayut humilikak na magtumik inub kadjabatin ublumi anang naitukut aurap kaklugit anyang naitukulu. We ask you, Heavenly Father, that you'll be in this house today. We thank you for all that you've given us in blessings and all that you've bestowed upon us. We ask that you'll be with these leaders within the NWT legislature, Lord, that you'll grant them the wisdom and the courage to make choices that'll enhance the lives of the people they represent. Heavenly Father, we thank you for all that you're able to do even before we ask. And we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We ask you to forgive those that trespass against us, as we forgive those that trespass against us. For thine is the kingdom, Lord, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. I'd like to thank Joe.
Kuya Nakjo, Kena Kavit. Tam na kailang na ka. Tuwa ka diya kailang na ikput. Tuwa ka da kaigam. Kaikavit mga kuya Nakbarak. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, homelessness is a complex issue that touches
Sumilakago iglulitaw yot sapaksaw di bagat. Sumilaka Inuit damna misi bagat. Sigaklong niglo angayang naktun niglo atawangata. Tas va ilangit iglulitaw yot igluaksutik. Tas va asin temanitimik ay mabiptingni damna atong niarikput isumalioro tigilutigo. Tap kununa sabak tiptingni atuak sangat. Tas ba asin damna pimaniarikput taman na sibunioro tigilugo sabak hatigik doan tamainon. Tap kulo sibuniok tipta maligak sait mani sanayaklutigik. Tas valo sutigulaka takumaya kakluak litut sabaktik samekkon sapaksalaitot. Tas va asin sabakati bollo tap kuat sibuniok tibut nunalaptingne sibuniok tingillo sabakati giluwi tap kununa. Tas va asin igluilitaunek ilani Inuvialuktun. Tas bunga asin igluilitawyot nunalapting ni perlayot iglukalaksutik igluitot. Tas va asin igluilitawyot anitaktot asin tap kununga ikayoktaw ni aktot ikayoktingin nun. Aglan tas va sabaktingit savangit makuat turak tisimayut nunalapting nun ikayorviksangit. Pingasun ngok savakatigit ilangit nutaqaqiinu toqaartilugat taapkununga aasin aanuna langin nun tusavik sait uqarvik sait taapkununguna aasin igluillitaujuanun perlajuanuttauq maanilu yellowknife mi Fort Simpson milu Inuving milu tasba December migoq tasba taapkunani aasin savaaksartamanna sivunmun aulajoq taapkuat aasin NGOs tusaamayuksat taapkunnuuna uqartainik sannaajaqsimajaat sannaimaniktaq tasba uingaiquplugu savautiksangat taapkununga aasin uqaqatigiaksangit taapkua savaktillaat taapkunnuuna aasin ikajoqtiksailliulaittut ami igluillitaujuat tasvasivuniptingni ittoq igluillitaujuat ataramik Inuvialuktun nunaptingni tasva aasin savaqatigiiqtuat takumajaksangat taapna uqautigilugu uqaqatigiglutik maani Yellowknife milu taunani igluittut pisoqavaktuat ilatasva taapkuat ikayullaguptigik tavaptaaq uvagut ikayorniarmiyuanni uvaptingni sutjutik saptingnik taapkuna ikajoqtit nunaptingni sapeqsangittut ikajoqatigiikkamik uqaqatigiklutik ukperiavut taapkuat ikajorniaraptigik makuat igluillitaujuat qoyanaini
Uqaqti tapkota huanguraqpangnik huanguranik atoqaming tabra qanuq aglangnik ingiqroqaming tabra taamna qanuqliqa tabra havauttarihuugait qanuq akihoq pauraqmata taamna atoqnaqqa taamna taaptuminga huanguranik atoqmata taapkota akihuuraq taapkota PUB-nik taihugait taapkota qanuq atoqtuatainan hinik kavamata taina havauttarihuugait taapkota qanuqliqa aulaman taamna huangurat qanuqliqa tabra ikayuiniaruurugut qanuqliqa taapkuat Northwest Territories mimaani nunaptingni taamna qanuq havauttarimadrung tabra huanguraqpak havangnaqtuq NTPC taamna huanguranik aulati qanuq taapkuat hydro systemik taihugait taapkuat qanuq aulammata taapkuat huangurat taapkuat huanguraqpangnik aulatiniaqtuat imakun taamna qanuq 21 qanuq taapkuat aulahurut 21 tun qanuq havagurut taina qanuq Inuvik mitauq qanuq tauqirniaqting qanuqliqa taina hinik huanguranik qanuq auladipluligit qanuq atoqtuataina taapkuat qanuq taima akihurut taina qanuqliqa aglande ikayo kay narugay tinyo tayo na hinikatokumata. Kanokle tabra tapkot NTPC nik tayo hugay tapkot hongurak atorurot kanok nako kanyaklu tabra habakkalaqtut. Kanok tabra akihunek to kanok tuniyok kaing gitkubing tuniyok kaing gitkupting tabra kanok habang kaming tamna kanok tabra akihunek to $15.2 million dun hamma atornelichut tapkot imakput nakung paisuni tabra kanok tapkot hapekanakili chokinyu hekput tapkot tok kanok lekatam nabtok tisa lokororak akehok pailuni tapkot $1 million tunama atorneli chut kanok tamna inuvik midat tamna ungaleni kauletit windmill nik taihuga tamna kanok tabra taina tabra GRA tamna kanok habang man tapkot kanok ikayonek to taina kanok atormata inyu tapkunenik ungaleni kaulet marung 7.1 tabra una PUB nika taihugai tapkot kanok aulamata NTPC kanok tapkot iya ni pinyangit chita habang nyangit kait kanok tabra kanok leka tabra iya ni akitsorurot tapkot atok kaptin nik tapkot hongaronik atok kapting tabra tamna akitsok urut akilyanak tok tap tayo na hinik atormata hongarok pangnik hongaronik kanok tabra habang naktokoli kanok tutkik karnek luit kanok atok kamiting tapkot kanok leka ikakak lugi nunapting ni tamna habakkalok tayo na iswakanyak lugi kanok inyuhibut mani nunapting ni 1,000 kilowatt hour nik tayo hugay tapkot hongarot kanok ato kamit tabra tayo na hindi ato hugay kilowatt hours nik tayo hugay tapkot kanok leka tabra ato kaptigit tapkot nakurokun na habaw tayo na kalawakait aglan ilan ni hapirnak tokinak hakakte tapkot team NWT tapkot habalit piraligit choka piraligit chut Quebec City mi tabra August 27 30th 2024 tapkot Canada Winter Games, tap Canada Games, tam na kanok pira kaming tabra tap kot pira mata tap kot pira ligitchuta manga nutakat.
A stronger and
Tap God ulap kayak tuktoat teman na pik aulak talaklalutik ilaugumek suangatik sakang niaktoat utimon utirumik nunaming nun. Tap kununa asin tap God ikayo siyak pang niaktoat tap kunanga ikayok tinginin. In August, tap God ulap kayak tuktoat 58 aulang naktoat tallimanin inillanin mani. Them aisin 36 Yellowknife min 13 Fort Smith min 13 Fort Simpson min tap God asin imanalo yakludik cribbage suniglikha mukpaktingit ulap kawiyaw tainik piwiyaw tainik atokludik. There's a silver kuching naksak goal or tap ko nang aitu siyak pagtuat nalunayaw tainit. Asin silver 100 meters ungasik tilangap te Octavio muna ulap kigamik. Table tennis mukpag miramigok nakawing mitay mikiyonik tap kuat taksib lutiglo. Tap kuat savak tingit ulap kiyak doot angalat singit koye bigisukit ka. Tap kuat tap kuna NWT mi man lo koye sukbigit ka. Teman na nuita naksawang mata ulap kinikon. Asin tap kuat koye suktunga tap kuna ikayok pagtuat ikayo tawlutik sumulika ulap kiyonon. Tap kuat yakangailutik ikayok tawang mata angalat siyonon. Talba koye na ini. Great slave men okakte. Koye na ini. Okakwin makwatus kiksapsik. Uba okawtigere tap ko na nga mane katimamata. Takubluit tap kuat. Mayanganit okakwe oblune. Akamnalo tamat ko ano matamani takoyak dodiblutik. Uwane meta kade. Tas ba asin sabak samik ko nalunayak lo tam na mayor. Ila tap kuat sumilaka teman na Inuit katimayot isumalo tigim matjong. Ikayo tigim matjog lo tap kuat usagamik. Tas ba mani katimayot tap kununa Native Women's tap kuat Women on the Ballot ilisaw chutigiblo. Tap ko asin in milo alalo angnat ilisak bagiblos kanokton 7 motik sangin ilisakloda ilvili wangavli ikayota waktu ami tap ko nung ikyoklogit ila tam na sapang na vialok tok 7 mon aulat juda sa waktu ni tas bago tas banalunaya okel taman na ilani tap ko at 7 motik sangit ukaw tigisukit kasabaw tigilugit. Ikayo dik sa ikowegi bealok ki tap ko nga ang nanon. Ungasik temen ulukak lutik ang nat. Maunga nunapta NWT sabaw dik site igot 7 mon awla dik site. Kaya na ini tap ko 7 ni Octavio tam na awlap kang matjong. Tas ba kaya na ini. saqatuumin oqarti quyanainni oqarti taamna isimaliornik tasva angivialuktuq taap konit 2024 mi auyami ila taamna aulap kanginnarmattu mamiana taima aasien taapkuat isamaliortit atuaksangit kuukpakkun aulajuksat isamaliorutigilut taapkuat nunallaat isamaliorutiksangit taapkunuuna nuna mik ilisimatjutiksaagut tutqiumatjutiksaagut tamannalo apqun angmapqarlugu uqautiksangat sivunniorutigilugu taapkuat savaktingit Inuviaktut taimannaptao ilaani aulavaktua 700 aulavlutik ilunmun maungatigilurik silanmulu taavunganmun taapkuat aasiin tutqiumanak anniqtailitsit savautiksangat ilisimamigaat taapkuat aasiin taapkuat taapkununga aulajuani apqutainni nalunaitkut sarukaluarait taapkualu ministat igluleqiingit maunga iglunun ikayoqtaujuaq taapkualu ilitoriaksait Inuvialuktun atuaksait igluleqiit ukiupak taamna ilaani inuitut qiksarpatiik iglut taapkunuuna savavialungniarmata 2025 munaglaan uqaqti tasva tusaavit quguyiga tamatkuat savautiksaat sumileqaa taapkunani nunallaani akituvialuktuq tasva aasiin tulidaptauq health center ikayortingittauq munaqseqarvingmingnun tasva apeqsuutiqarmiunga naqan
From Range Lake.
Range Lake uqallangniartoq uqaqti tapta qaqingulligitsoqa ilakputa qanortaapkuat ignervita hoangahiligitsut qanorqa atornarligitsut taapkuat ignervit qanorqa tabra innuherputa qanorqa qanortaik iglunik iglut ikuallagnialigitsut hamma ilaatni araki taamna uunnaaqpailluting taapkuat ignervit qanortabra qanorliqa taapkuat havangnialigitsut taapkuat ikuallagmata munarvit tabra qanorliqa tabra inyungnik ili ilitsorin ilittinneeligit inuit taapkuat havaqorluitaana iglunik igluta ikuallagmata tabra ikayorniaq nat qiinaq taapkuat qanorliqa tabra havangne qaluaraa qavangnniaqaluaruulut aglaantaina tabra taapkuat taapkuattuaqa qanorliqa tabra iliaranartut tauqa qanorqa taapkuat havangniartuat qanorqa ikuallangmata kanok muna niakluit koyanak ikayaw nakigalak tap kot ikaw lang mata habang mata koyanak tabra uba ni Halloween ni tap kot kanok tap kot habak pait kanok tabra kanok maning nik muna kri kaun na kri auditor nik tay hugay tap kot maning nik muna kri hurot kanok tap kot non-profit nik tay hugay tap kot iglut maning nik utak tichalay chot kanok tap tam naptok Inuvik wind turbine pro tam na alanik aulahurot tay na ungala pangnik tabra kanok $100 million tun amma ato ko neli chutay na tam na aulap ka niaklugu kanok tap kot habang mata tay na kanok katimanak to kanok tao chikuna ukayib lugu tay na kanok niakpat kanok pinyak pat hibun mung niakpat kanok leka tam na kanok leka habang mata tay na taut kanyakanak to kanyakanapiak to kanok habang mata tay na kuyanak Mackenzie Delta kuyanak tap kota manita kanok leka tap kota inawarani tap kot 2014 mitam na kanok maning nika kanok atok to tay na kanok 10 years dun hamma tap kota kanok tap kota iglunik pinyak tot nagalunin pinganik penik tot aglan akitsok hakihok pawarak to kuyanak tap kot inawarani tabra kanok ikayaw nakirit tap kot inyuit ikayaw nakigalok to tap kot inawarani tabra tap kot inawarani ito tap kot inyuit nunak ikayaw nakipel kalwak to tap kot inawarani itot ikayaw matigit tap kot kanok habang matay na tam na tay na akitsok pawarok kanok leka kuyanak ikayaw nakigalwak to tap kot kuyanak Inuvik Putlake kuyanak ikpakrak tay na kanok tam na tangat akitsupawlinyakot kanok tap kot tangak tanganik tuniwakay hurot liquor store nik tay hugay kanok huvat taina kanok hok taina hokai hok taina kut aki hok paulilit patatap ko tangat.
And in this case,
Tap ko nuna sa waktin tigon tam na sibon muktao tigin na kahit ukaw tigi umik ko sa waktigin. Akit takpalak lo tiktamat ko at imangit. Dangait. Ukakte, walade. Ukakte, oblok. Tap ko ilisakbeom. Awate me utok kabinak. Temanganin ilisakbek. Tamna ilisakbek. Iloa atoktat utok kabinak. Ilane. Tapkot nutakat sibulit ilisaktot nutakan mikiyokat ilisakbegaloangat. Tamna. Tasba ayong nakiyok inunaviksat or ilisakbengat. Tabiuma iglo. Ilisakbekalwa iglo ngid miki vailot iglo angi tapkot angiglit lako mi ilisakbengat. Inuit nutakat inuyak simon aula mata. Tasba ukakti tamna tuskiumayoamik kangmona igluit at chikotainik pekaromik tap kununga nakoorniaktoa. Tapkot asin ilisarvenikkumik taimamik inuit tasban inunami ittoat kuveasulerniaktoat. Tasba asin manik tudat angiglimon aula mayok taviuma atong navialuktuni taimanna. Apeksotakak niaktung anaknan. Tamna tikin matigo Jackson Laferdem okaw tigi chokkiga takugaptigo. Ova taimani okaktawaktak engilangayan. Kuya ni kaigavit Mr. Lafferty. Tasba asin ilani sa wakti engilangayan mani takunakibang miyot. Erneni takuyaktuklugo. Kuya ni arnak kaigavit. Takusuligap siamin. Yellowknife North okakte. Kuya ni okakte oblok tap kununa iglunik public housing tigon. Ilani kabamaptat taimanganin tapkot akiklilaklugilunin anit kungillam. Tapkot nayoktait. Tasba asin tapkot asin tadvunganin inuit iglunik talaklugit in mikunan minak. Tapkot asin ilani sabang naktuktaman na malirot siya yutkat. Aglan taiman na iglunik sapang nakpailone igluli yaksanig. Tapkot asin napakangan iglo atoktaw balaktok sutigulaka. Maniliungotik salo inuit sapang nakibluni taiman na akituwailone. Taima asin sapang navialukto akituyot sulaka. Tapkot asin public housing ni Inuvialuktun inuit. Aglan tapkonin igluli tawyot igluli paktot. Tapkot asin iglunik tuksalot tap kununa homeownership tigon. Tasba 2019 migok tasba nalunayak tat igluilitaw yot Inuvialuktun. Kangma 2400 housing nigok tap kunani inumayot kangma. Tap kuat inugak tilangenik ilani takok naktu tap kuat takok lutigik tamna iloaktok takun naguptigo isumaleo tigilutigo tasba tap kuat sapang sautigilang matjong inuit kangma igluilitaw yot. Tap kuat tusangilugulunin inutu yalaitugot tusavigiyak savot inuit. Tasba kuliaukiga suli.
Member from Yolnik North is
Kapawag to kay Yellowknife North. Kuyanak. Ukat Inuit iglunik pihuktot tapkot low cost housing niktay hugay tapkot manigitchot igluning niya kaming. Kuyanak. Tuni day walde. Kuyanak. Ukat tabra iglunik ukarinya ligitchut kanok pinyag mata Inuit kanok nyunyag mata dayna kanok likatabra time tapkot ay mabimni ta Inuit iglunik at atoktot tabra nakurakun or nagaluni itot igluni tapkot habak parakalo ligitchut kanok likat igluni inyak luting. Tabra tapkot kanok lika tayo na habaw tarigalo kahit aglan habang naktok huli kanok igluni inyak tot Inuit. Tapkot kanok atoktot hunik tanganik nagalunin huaklungnik in tapkot about tarinekangay ingming nun nako kinyak luit nako kinyak luting tabra habak kalok tut tabra habak about tarigalo kay tapkot kanok lutsol kemi tapkot kanok tapkot iglunik tabra about tarigalo kay 2022 tabra kanok tamna tapkot igluni tutkikarne agalo kay aglan ilyani akitchoktok akihok parok tok kanok igluting tutkikarne agmatigit tapkot nakungit kalok tok inyuhingit tapkot lutsol keme kanok lika tutkikarne agalok ikayor nakigalok tut tapkot Inuit tamani kuyanak ukapao kalok tok ukapao tok tapkot iglunik hapernya kigalok tok kanok inyuhingit tapkot kanok lika tutkikarne kigalok tut iglungit tapkot Inuit ay mabimni nangaluni tutkil kemi kuyanak anu aperyuinyariga iglunik munakre kuyanak ket kanok kanok le katabra hababut taina yani habernyak kehugelok to kaglan nakurokun tabra habang niyak matata nakuroktak tapkot Mr.
Cabinet family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dun, 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 dun.
Yell Knife Center tam na atok to ligitok. Kuyanak. Tam na Fort Simpson min tam na David Berman kanok Carol Berman tam na kanok tam na tau kilinya ko ka atok turamik piano mik tay hugay tapkot kanok kanok ato matatay na hinik tam na ilihawli nginak ko ka piano nik tay na kanok tapkot atok na ang matigit kanok tapkot tabra mamangat Carol pira tay na hinik ato niliginyakot tay na 20 year tunham katay na ilihawli liginyakot kanok tay na hinik atonak atok tinyak luit ni takak ilihak tinyak luit tay na tabray kayo hurok tay na Carol tabra habak para urak tay na kanok kay kayo nak luit ni takat tamani lihawing mi tabra tay Carol tabra ande agalok to kaglan tabra tam na inyuhinga na kungit kalok to kaglan hab ande awing mitok tay okot kanok tam na tapkot Fort Simpson mi tabra tam na piano mik tay hugay tapkot piragnak kanok leka tabra kuyanak para Carol ikayok lugi tapkot nutakat Fort Simpson mi kuyanak tati tatso itkagilang na ka kanok kuyanak kay kabit mga mampuy kakti. Tab na Grand Chief kanok taigo kai kabit mga. Satu mintaw ka nyut kanok kuya na kai kabit mga. Pula kabit mga kuya na. Nunakput. Kuya na. Tony Burchett Salvation Army kanok taigo kai kabit mga. Pula kabit wani. Yellowknife North. Tony Burchett kai kabit mga. Pula kabit mga. Kuya na. Satu. Kuya na. Grand Chief Jackson Lafferty kai kabit mga. Kuya na.
Kuya naini. Tamna. Lafferty. Dakugaptigo. River North, Okakte, Tapquat, Tamna, Jackson Lafferty, Koyasuktunga, Takomagaptu, Tamna Salvation Army, Savaktingat, Koyanaini. River North, Range Lakeman, Apeksokte, Yellowknife Centerman. Koyanaini. Unong me. Tamna unong me okakayaloga. Ilane ilagit nutakakit. Aulako matamanga nunamingnen. Tavi mo na sa paksaw takang mata. Ilatek. Tas banigok 2% Inuit. Daiman na. Nalunayak bagay. Taktip ta. 900 ngoyak. Tas ba? Mani nunapting ni. Kapsin ngok. Nunalapting ni. Nunalangin ni. Kapsita. It patay man na. Tapquat. Ilisa ujut kangit nga tam kununa blok. Kanok tamna. Ilisa kalok pat magkuat nalunayaw taklut. Nalunayt kutik kaklutik teman na sa paksaw sa kaktunik. Kuya na tamna. Tapquat. Apekso sa kakumik uwam nun. Kahit sila ngit ka. Aglan. Kahit sila anakan. Ilisi mga luwakpaw na. Ministakpat. Kedurli ka. Sabaw. Sabakam. Tatamat kunon. Ayok saw sa kakludik. Sapak saw sa kakludik. Siw jaklakludik lonin. Okausik samikon. Na. Mr. Speaker gok. Tasvagok tamna. Ilane. Tutkisaw siksa. Nalunay kang magutamna. Daktinin. Tamna. tuyu ikayok te khalakpak te tap kunanga tak te oyun tap kunona ila sapang naman nalunay vialok karna go tak te yennon imait te tap kwat suli inuit te sabak sai te go tap kwat nalunay karlo dik sabalaitet ila teman na Ilisaudic site, Ikayotic site litap kunona, Sirjak luktuad, Igialuktuad lunin, Takulait lunin, Ilisak ng muntungagon, Tabiuma ilisimagavait, ilisimavait, Tasbane tap kunona sa paksaudiligit. Kaya na ini, okakte. Tamna okhausik samnek sanay aksimain mansuli tap god okhausik lagiga takup ko tamna apaksoya kaya na ini bootleg tap ko na
why there was an increase in Inuvik and only Inuvik for the liquor increases. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Inuvik Boot Lake, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have recently concluded.
okakte tap god sanay aksimayuan tap ko nga savaudik saitigot aglaktigon tap ko na asin sibon muktaudik sanik tamna sanaya biglo tabi mane imangnik aula jutik sanik sanayak simangitak nalugaptigo suli ilisimanginaptigo sutigon alango mangan taman na tasba asin ngo tamna tap ko na ni imekyon ni iglumi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I assume that with the extension there was some increases, obviously. I know that the liquor in the liquor store is sold by volume and not by, and the prices are certainly set by the Liquor Commission, by this government. I guess my question is, does the minister, obviously if the contract's expired, when is the current RFP scheduled to close?
Thank you, member from Inuvik Boot Lake, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is right now a request for proposals out where that closes on November the 8th.
Tamna asin, tamna nutamik iniksanektot, inuving me, imernik tuniokkaivik sainik imernik biernik lutun tuniklaka. Tasba asin, akittu vialongman, akiklak taklugulunin, tuniokkaivik samik sanayak simayut. Manilaki inuving men. Teman na sutigod lakay tuna RFP inkin man tasba tam na kakuta sanang niyak pa yung tap kot tusabi bang mayat ka inuving mayat akit tuwalong man inunak tasba asin tam na alang nakimman ilane kingullamek okhausarimatjuk kinguvaqtitaarmatjuk taaviumuna tunio kalaitkaat suli taamna RFP taamna asin permit kinguvaqtaarmatjuk koyanaine taamna apaqsuutigiapkut akitutitaarnikkut sooq allangit ngunginneqpa teemanna tunioqqainikkun taapkununa imeqtigun qanuq taima taavima nunaptingni Allangornerpat. Aglaan allangortut. Qanikkun. Taavimuna allangutaagun savaannaktuatigun allangornerpa. Quyanainni oqaqti. Taamna una commission sannaajaqsimajoq taamna akiliqaptigu taavimuna munaqsiyuksakut taapkunuuna. Tasva king of seven moti iblugu king of tilaaqtoq tasva taamna aassiin akittulaaqlutik aassiin tasvatul taapkuat atoqtangit.
Speaking with firefighters and yelling.
Tapkot ikolang mata angiyaktit tapkot firefighters nigtay hugait kanok nunabuta tapkot kanok about tagaligit kait kanok isokanyakluit kanok ikayornyakluit tapkot ikolang mata ikayornyakluit tapkot ikayor kuyanak kanok tapkot ilichornyakluit tapkot kanok timmata kanok tapkot kanok ilihaw mata tapkot tawq inuit iliharnyaqtot kanok ikolang mata anguyung naklut kita tapkot kanok tabra ilihawriniaqlugit tabra kanorleqa training niktay hugayta kanorleqa tabra isuaqqiñaqlugita ikayornaqqipiellaktut taina havangniaqtot taina ikollak mata ikayorniaqlugita kanorleqaaqpiinaq tapkot qanortaiku kiukamnga taina tapkot qanoq ikayorniaq pitigit tapkot inuit iliharniaqtot qanoq ikollangmata anguyungniaqtot qanoq tabra qanorleqa ilihawriniaqtot taina havangmata tapkot inarani tabra qanorleqa ikayorniaqugait qanorleqa ilihaqtinniaqlugit qanoq taina humilleqa ikollangmata kuyanak Range Lake tabra qanoq akitchukpa qanoq tapkot qanorleqa havangmata taina qanoq piñaqpat qanoq taimna qanutun akitchukpa taimna qanoq tapkot ilihawrimata iñungnik qanoq tapkot inarani tapkot qanorleqa tabra ikayorniaqugait qanorleqa ilihawriblugit qanoq anguyungniaqmik tapkot ikuallang pauraqmata kuyanak Range Lake tapkot minitaq taamna tauchimun havallavit kanok tapkot yalnaip mi tapkot uqautiliwit maani yalnaip mi tapkot havaguro taina uqautiliwit qiyanak tabra tain kanokleqa tabra haut tautsikun havagnak kanokleqa tutqikarniarlugit kanokqa taina 30 communities hama 30 inauranik munarirugut kanokleqa kanokleqa tautsikun havagnak havakkumnuk ilan tabra tutqikarna rikpuk qiyanak uqaqti minitaq taamna tabra menji school mi kamatimi tabra kanok itpa qiyanak taamna taapkot menji school taapkot ilihaqamingmiittoq ilihaquurut 172 taqat taikani ilihaqniaruurut qiyanak uqaqti tabra kanok ilihaqamingmi taamna kanok isuaqqiniarparrung taina nutaqqat iliharvingniaraat iliharvingat kanokqa tabra kanokleqa isuaqqiniaruugaluarait kanokleqa tutqikarniarlugittaaq qiyanak minitaq taamna tautugiallava kanokqa taapkot nutaqqat iliharniartot tabra taamungaarniarukkaluartunga kanokleqa tabra siktun hamma taapkot kanok tutqikarni nearlugit taapkot iliharviit taamani kaamatimi tabra mampui qiyanak tabra taamna iliharvik kanok tutqikarniarparrung qiyanak Sixtun hamma taapkot taina habauttaqinialigit kait kanok tutqikarniarlugit iliharviit kanokleqa tabra tutqikarniarlugit taapkot nutaqqat iliharvingit naagaluunniin kanokleqa ikayorniarlugit kiñaleqa iliharniartuaq qiyanak Mackenzie Delta qiyanak minitaq taamna maakamin kanokqa uqautivit qatigivit taapkunanik iñungnik taamani aimavemni qiyanak qiñiqaat taamna kanokleqa katimaniarluting tutqikarniarlugit kanokleqa taapkot kavamat taapkot kanokleqa ikaqqaarlugit nunapting nitam na habaw takigaloa tain kanogleka tutkikarniaklugi tapkot August mi tabra tauchikun ha katimagaloak tut kanok okarineaklugi nagalunin kanok okawlu okallaw tiblugi tapkot kanok habang niagmata kanogleka tabra tutkikarniaklugi tauka kanok habang niakangat kuyanak tapkot kanok tapkot kabamaliting min kanok tapkot habang matatay na okallaw tinakay tapkot inuit ilichorib kaklugit kuyanak tapkot kanok tauchikun tapkot tauchimun habaw takigaloarait katimagluting kanok leka tutkikarniakluit kanok habang matatay na kuyanak
Pakingolla apaksotiga. Kidot nunalat tavyumona apaksota kakpat. Tapkot. Kuliaungit kaloaga. 6 ngok nunalat. 100% mig akitok didak simayot. Aglan. Tapkot naluna kublugo sapaks napailune sudjudingit. Aglan savak sangit. Sivun muktau kaloakput. Aglan kinguvak tak simayot 6 ila inungayut. Akitok tilak simayot inu niakutik sanginin.
Steps of one question. My question today is for the Minister of ECC. It's really good that we recognize that the territory and the world is facing a climate crisis. I am curious, however, about the unfunded actions in the draft Climate Action Plan, specifically those that address changing wildfire conditions, protecting communities, adapting housing assets, transportation, and increasing petroleum storage in remote communities. Can the Minister explain what work is being done to secure funding for those crucial actions that will keep our residents safe and secure? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from.
Kuyanay ko break slave lake men okakte. Vanello naito. Tamna Northwest Territories me. Sapang nakimona yok. Tazvanga ayon Inuvialuktun. Sisi tapkolo sudjudinget. Daiman na avalit mix avalit got. Ta kavamaulu talo. Tapkol dog. Sabakati karnata sabak tingin nunalapta. Ikayok te kaluda. Sabakati gluta. Sutigot okakati gluta. Naluna yakluget. Sivun mukta otiksait mani nunapta. Inilangit. Daiman na. Ilani uvane okakcepting ne. Okakatigit la kupta. Sabaut excitingullu tutqiksaut excitingullu inillaapta maani Northwest Territories mi tasvago uqausaqartunga uvani savaktuna taapkuat savaak savianeet nunallaaptigni taapkuat savavialukkait qangma ikayoq tiksat aullaviit apqudillu taapkuat aulaviksait taq uqaqatigiilluta Canada atanguyanginnen oqsoqarviillu oqsoquyuat tamatkuat sivunmuutiksaatigun igluillitaunerlu igluliornerlu maani nunaptingni nunaqiyuapta sivunniortaani taamna ikayortaqarniartugu taapkunanga ikayernerpatigut ukiortaqtumi silam allangutaagun quyanaini saartuumin quyanaini uqaqti uvaptao apeqsuutitka ilanga matcha taspa taapkununa home occupancy and infrastructure savaaqsatigun sivun muktaudiksat taapkualu usiaqtaqpangit aksaluutitigun apeqsuutiksatka Minister apquliorti tutqiksaanik nunallaaptingni igluliortit igluleqiyit atanoriaat yaqhuinainni sut iglulinikkun tamatkuasannaayaaqsaangiyoq sulleqaqaassapeqsarnaqaluartilugu talva igluliqqut tutqiksartak taapkuat apqutikpait sikutigulluunniin nunakkuluni taapkuat tutqiksarpata aulaviksangit sivunmuuteqpaaluk maani endovitimi igluleqinikkun saartuumin uqaqti quyanainni taaviumuuna kiugangma taapkuat tikittaraangata savakstaksat minister taapkuat akittuutait savaqatigillavangit nunallaanginni quyanainni taapkunuuna sivunmun aulamayortamanna igluniornikkullu savautiksaatikullu apqutiksaitikullu sutigulleqaa sivunmuktoqsimayoq savaaksaq uqaqatigigluta taapkunun iglerleqiyiinnun nunallaam quyanainni saartuumin uqaqti apeqsuayi quyanainni uqaqti taamna ukiortamaan tasva saartuumi sapeqsautigiyarpat sapeqsartugu taaviumuuna akittuutiksa 25 points nika aqulaagullu akatteqpailluni sup taapkunani IRA tigun ingnervit ingnervivialuit taapkuallu akittoqpailluni taapkunuuna nutaatigun aulaviitigun unnaksiitit aglaan wood stove aglaan qiuktornartut housing in the Batimi. Tapkot. Tame oqaqatigineaiga tamatsimuna apersuutaitigun. Usiaqtainngortamat kuasavaaksat tatamavialungmata suli. Ilaat ilissimayussi tapkoat Inuvialuktun pulaaqtivut pikka. Premier qoyanainni tapkoat ilitaritsukkikka. Ilaani maunga tikittarummata ilisariarlutik nunalaartingnin ona George Moran, Celine Proctor, Good Hopeman, Patricia Woodrock from Tuktoyaktok, Connie Villeneuve, Jean Marie from Gamity, Sandra, Paul Greenland, Elizabeth Ward, Elizabeth Cardican, Sharon Pico Riverman, McKay, Kimberly Stewart, and Kashawn Riles, Elias, Colville Lake, Albert Rubin from Politon, and Tapgot, Oluhaqtaqlutapinga, Sharon Alanak, Koyanakaigapsi. Koyanainni, Savavialukpakapsi. That pikit katsulinunamni savaqatigiamni itat. Koyanainni qaigapsi. Savaqtiugapsi qoyanainni savaqtaavakkapsi nunalaapsingni. Apersuudet Yellowknife Northman. Qoyanainni uqaqti executive mon apersuudet.
Recommendations on the City of Yellowknife Street.
Tapkot Inuit time na kanok I'm a vichat tam tap muni outreach program miktai hugay tam itot taina on tavani kanok ay kayo nak pati tapkot Inuit taina inurot EIA niktai hugay kanok tapkot kanok lekatam ikayo nakir tapkot Inuit taina inurot kuyanak Tabra kanok tabra tautukaloaqtaat kanok leka oqarigaat taina kanok leka ikayornearlugit tapkot Inuit taimna street outreach mi tabra kanok Inuit taina inuneartot ikayornearait Qinak minitaqtaanna ikayorurut taina hinika kanok leka tat tutqikkarnearlugit Inuit iglungit taina kanok leka tapkot NGOs niktai hugayta kanok maningnika utiqtitsalaichut tapkot havauttarigaluarait tabra tutqikkarnearlugit inuhingit taamna tapkot qinak tapkot kanok tapkot havangmatta taina tutqi ikayornearlugit Inuit tapkot kanok habak pat tau chikun. Tap got in our ni time tabani in our ni habak dot kanok okauti vating tap got yell knife me. Kadok katima bat kanok tut kikarnek luit in you hing it clear. Tabra tap got kanok tau chikun habak kalorat humilaka tabra tap got kanok ikayornek luit kanok leka tap got tut kikarnek luit in you hing it clear. Tap got yell knife downtown. Me tapra ikayornek kanok leka tap got kanok leka ikayornek luit tap got inuit taina inuirat. Kuyanak taina katimanek tuta kanok leka ikayornek luit tap got ikayornek luit tap got inuit taina inuirat. Kuyanak tap got uktor mata hunik kanok habanik tabra kanok tap got kanok kavamabuta habaguvat. Kuyanak tabra habak kaloriya tamna kanok tabra taina wakayane kaloriya tabra habautari kaloriya 2004 mun tabra tap got habak tuta ingilya harnak ingilya taina habak kaloriya 2004 min kanok tap got government habak dot mani kanok okautil nak tu tap got ini government habak dot taina kanok le kata bertut kikarne agalarai tap got kanok habak dot taina tau chikun. Tap got kanok le kata ber hapernya kigalok toka kanok inyu hinik inyu rotin inyu nek dot taina kanok le kapernya kigalok toka kanok tap got toka kanok talsin imaganik habak bait talsin project nik te hugay tap but tabra habak kalok the kuyanak tap got kanok tut kikarnek luit kanok leka inyu hingit kanok tabra tut kikarnek luit tok kanok leka tabra habak kalok tut akililar luit tabra habak kalok tut kanok leka akililar anak tok taina kanyanak habang mata kanyanak kanok tap Inuvik Windam na Wangarok pang nika outlet inacted. Power Corporation haba Wangaronik outlet it. Tabra tap got it kaginakted. Tap got habang mata habang takim marung tap got kanorleka habang mata tabra tam na it kaginakted tap got habak pait tap got tabra ukat maning nik munakriro uvanga maning munakriro nga tabra it kaginakted tak tayo na kanak katong matigit tayo na kaya nak
Estimate
Tap ko na lunak taok patakisian na kur kaya yung nateman na. Kaya na ini. Tap ko o kakte. Tap ko na lunak tawag tud manikturik site. Tap ko asin ilane sibitunak palak pakludik sabaktit. Ilane asin manilitaw kakludik asin ngin mata inervik saitigon. Taso asin tapkot manilikiyot tapkot asin munaksiyok sat kanok ang itilak manak atong mga tiyong nalunayak taksangat. Taso asin pinakiman asin manak taman na tayo manitimik tapkot nalunayak bakig siyaksat. Aglan kinaktaw yangan ni manak tapkuno nga atotik sangat. Taman na capital plan na malarun naman ilotan. Tapkot sabautik sainik tapkot inungayo at sibun mutik sainik manakakpat. Tapko asin ilani sibun mutik sakpot tutkik sinaktak ilok man tanayak taksak taman na. Kaya na ini tam na kaya naktam na ami kangma sabak saito. Tapkot tutkik sakana git sibun ipting ne. Tapko sabak taksak sanaya manik tak tam na sabak bik sanaya karnago. Tapko pikan ni pulak tibut Joseph Tobak sibun ni update may timi kaya na ini kayap si apak sulit turn do well a day. Housing Minister.
That she will work with me for the next year on arrears forgiveness. This is a great opportunity to help my community members, especially elders, stay put and age comfortably in their own homes. Mr. Speaker, can the minister
kanok tam na ilinik mo na kre kanok nekpat time na habang nekpating habang nek tok tayo na kinak taber time na kanok about takigalakat aglan millions of dollars tun maning ni katok paurak tut kanok tapkot habaw takigaloakat aglan ila ni hapek nakihurok kanongleka habang niyang matit. Tapkot tabra kinak. Tuniday will day. Kinak. Kanok tapkot atuga kamatataamkot init tabra kanokai kayo nek pitit kanok ikayo labitit kuyanak tabra tamna kanagleka tabra tapkot kanok anichirot inyong nika igilo kaktonik kanok tabra habang nakkalok to aglan tamna hapernya kepelek to kanok inyutay na inyunaktot kanok leka tabra ikayok nakalok to aglan iyan ni kanok leka tabra kautinyak luita tayna inyutay na inyunaktot kanok ikayok nakalok to aglan o kautinyak ka kuyanak tuniday will day kuyanak hadawhek tamna kanak inyuna kami tabra kanok leka inyuna kalwak to aglan inya ni hapernya kehurok Hoki kayo light piti tapkot tamna akanak hapernya kehpe lakto ka inyo hinga kuyanak tabra tapkot tutkik karnak tut kanok leka inyunak kaming tayna in iluni kanok tayna habang naktutapkot kanok malerutan maling naktut malerutaliut tabra tayna inyunak tut kanok leka it kaibluit inyutapkot kinak tunanday waliday kanok leka tabra tapkot ikayulabitki tapkot inyut hapernyaki pauraktot inyu hingit kanok igluni inyaktot kanok leka kuyanak about takinariga kuyanak Yellowknife Center minitak tamna tapkot
That they have,
Tapkot sapaksaktot
Mr. Speaker, professionals, that they can no longer live here in a territory where they're struggling to take so much time off of work, whether it's after schools, lack of after school programs, whether it's days off of school, short days, you name it. These families are
happy crowd kakto tapkot artisan nik tay hugay inyu hingit happy crowd kaktot kanok tapkot ikayok nakigalok to tapkot kanok leka kuyanak tapkot kanok ilihimagaloarit ka tapkot kanok tapkot inyuhingit hapernyaki rot tapkot ing angiyokakit tabra angiyokangit tabra habakparak tutok kanok nutakinik tayo na hinik munakrinyak luting tabra ikayok nakir tapkot ikayok na ugalwakay tapkot inid tabra ikayok na ugalwakay tapkot ka ilyawing mi tabra ilyawrit tabra habak para ugalwarak tayo na ikayok na kluit nutakat tayo na hit hapernyaki haper kanok lekay ikayok na ugalwakay in kanok kanok hapernyaki rot inyo hingit kinak tapkot kanok leka tabra ikayok nak nektok kanok leka tapkot nutakat munakin naktot kanok leka munakin biwrak naktot tapkot nutakat ikayipyak nakigalwakay tapkot tapkot angiyokangit tabra ikayok nakigalwakay kuinak
Tapkot manakakta tapkonane ikayotik sanek kangma sapaksakton nutakane ilisakton nilonen ilisangton nilonen nutakkavenin mikit kayat ilagi tapkon nutakakait sapaksautakaktot nutakkamekkon tasva tasvan tapkonan nilonen ilumengne savagniaktut savak kaumek iglumengne ja tutkiksaudek saanek tapkot sapaksautakik madjuk tamanna nutakkamek tapkolo daycares niglonen ang makumek tapkon nutakkat ikayutik sainik tapkot ang alatsiniaktut iluatut tutkiksangniautanon kaya na ini Yellowknife Centerman uvaptaok nutakalik tamna tapkot ikayok kanok ikayok niakaluak petigo ilisarang niakmat o aula niakmalonin kanok tamna taviuma ikayok tim ikayok niakpagit tamat kununa savaktik sa nikkumik tap kunungan utakkanon sapaksaktuanon isumaliokuttik sainik ilaita ikayutik sainik sapaksaktulakangman tap kunane ilagiene kaya na ini tusama niaktua mitap kunanga isumaliokuttik sainik tusama layunga kaya na ini
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quickly, I just want to stress parents, highly educated professionals, people who've invested their life in the Northwest Territories see better autism or disability support just across the border. It's called Southern Alberta. Mr. Speaker, would the minister be willing to meet with these parents if I organized a meeting to hear about their day-to-day struggle and ways to help encourage them to stay north and continue to be great partners in our communities. And not just Yellowknife, by the way, Mr. Speaker. I hear from my good colleague from the Great Riding on Montfouille about many parents there are struggling as well, so I'm sure they're similar. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have not been known for turning away conversations with people. I absolutely appreciate the opportunity to speak with Northerners about policies and government decisions impact their lives. I've had the opportunity with the member for Mackenzie Delta to sit and have similar conversations with people from his riding as well. And so this is certainly something that is not a Yellowknife challenge. It is a challenge that impacts people from absolutely every community from one end to the other, and I'm absolutely all ears and willing to sit down with Northerners. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment. Oral questions. Member from Great Slate.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to get to a second round of questions.
Ukot kanoka tapkot kanoka itkaigalorika tapkot kanoka aula mata kanoka transportation miktai hugait tapkot kanok tapkot amiak pakpait aular mata kanoka itkagine naktu tapkot kayanak tapkot transportation miktai hugait kanoka aular mata tabra kanole ka tabra ila ni pernya khurt kanole ka tabra tau chikun havautari agalorait tabra kanole ka tabra tut kikarnak lugitak kanoka taina tau chikun havautari agalorait tabra kanoka havang ner matataina tapkot government Canada government o khautigalorit tabra kanokai kayo khobluit taina kanolaka tutkikarnerluit inarinit humilaka tabra kanolaka tabra tutkikarneralorait tutkikarneralorait aglan ilani havang naktut tapkot disaster medication taina kanoka taina pimmata kanoka havang naktok tapkot imakuntam na tapkot kanok aulamata tapkot umiak pakpay tapkot ikayokurat inyong niktain na inarini humilaka kuyanak Range Lake kuyanak tapna minitak tamna Okaring kangatan na huangarok pangnika okarirok kuyanak kanok pinyak pating tapkot huangarok pangnika aulat aulatiro tabra huangaronik at kaming tabra tamna kanoklekai kayo nakigalok kuyanak tapkot kanoklekai tabra havautani agalorait kanokle khatabra maning ni atorlugit tapkot kanokle kai tutkikarneak lugit kanoka hongeronika auletit tutkikarneak lugit tabra kanokle ka havakkalortut tam naptok Carlson project ni magkun hava hongeronika havagurok kanok tabra kanok kanokle tabra tutkikarneak lugit nagalunin aulerot kanokle tabra tutkikarneak lugit havakkalortugut tabra kanok tutkikarneak lugit tapkot kanok tapkot atukkangit kanok hongerok pai hongeronik tabra kanok power nik tai hugay tapkot kanok habang naktu tapkot kuyanak
Changes.
Tamatkuat maligalaksat sabak pagit ikayutaw sukkalwaktunga ukakalwakturin nakuyunek aglan tapkuat maligaksat alang ukarnagit sibun motigilait kibot kuyanaini ukakte tapkuat maligaliat kanganganin atok simayabot wangap taokli tamatkuat ilani sapaksautigi bang miyatka tazbab taok tapkani alqoyaqtu tait manin raptingni ila tutkiksauk kaluarigale aglan tamatkuat khilamik tamatkuat iniqugaluarit kalu alqoyaqtu tait iglulap tasulliqa power lakiyit sabangit power corporation kutigun tazba asin tazba sibun mung nakiyok tamanna ikayutek pagaluk sakput manin raptingni kuyanaini ukakti tapkuat akit tokpalaksluni power corporation kan nuna laptingni tapkuat ikayutigit subsidies ikayutawyot akiklilarutit aulavat kanok ilisimabugit tamatkuat aulam mangata ikayutik saidinuit tapkuat NWT mi tapkuat nunalangit ilisimayakpot akituvialuktuak power lakiyit akituvialuktuat ingnaktutit sulliqa atuktavut iglume tamani nunamilu Canada misumiliqa tasbak uvagud mikiyone inilani akitoktuak inuniarutikput ingattavik tasbaka taimanittamik isimaliorniaqaluartugut tapkuat uqaqatigillakupkit Ottawami uqaqatigiblugillu tamatkuat tapkuat asin tapkuat savaktaksait alquiaqtuliqiyit taamnalu ikayutauyuksak anoqisiutaqpaaluk inuvingmi tasba taamnaptauq akittuvialungman tapkuat savaksat takumagitka sibun muutik sangillu ilisimagitka tasba tapkuat taimanganin ingnakpaaluk ikulamman taimanganin sapaqsautigilikkavu tamatkuat alquiaqtuutaqpaaluit nunam ataaguuqtuat Tas bago government, federal government mangani tut kiksau te mengiyait. Tut kiksang neaklugi tamat kot. Tamanna ila tap kot timila tigulait kiga inukitumik. Tamna sapeng na bealukkaluaktok. Tas tap kot sapeng naktok temanna ikayo tiksaptingnik maaninunaptingnik kinaktuksayugot tap kot asin nakangnayaklugit sut sibuniptingni ittuat maniktu tailunin savaksalunin Range Lake apeksakti ila tamna atong naitak ila tap kot in mikutaw angalachit power palong nik power corporation palong nit tap kot ikayo tiksangat akilait kot hangma tasba ikayo taulain man akittuvinang neangman inuniaw tipting ni man inunapting ni ukakti tap kot maniliotik sangayang ngatam na aloyak totak pala aglan tusama sukigataman na tap kot tap kunani isamalio ko tay giyanin herivet kot tam tao talba GRA tam na talba ni inman ayok sautingat ila Power Corporation ilani ikayuta wang miyak inmik aulan namiko aglan dividend nik okaw siring kangitugot biyalugidlunin nunangin nun Tasba Northwest Territories tap kot sumilika munagaptik tamna atu tiksanga tap kununga unak sitigullo unak sau sitigullo sonilika tap kunanga okaw sigarisukika Inuit apeksoda kakpata
Oral questions. Oral questions? Written questions? Member from Illinois Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one written question here for the House. My question is for the Minister of Health and Social Services with respect to doctor and
tap kot taktita kanok kay kayo ihuro at inuingnik kanok tap kot kanok tap kot pinya perait kanok ikayo ihuro at kanok leka tap kot tapgot habagvik kanok hok inuit habangit bait habangit pagit tapgot tap tumani kanok humi tapgot habakpat tapgot inuit habang nekto te annerving mi kanok nek patit tapgot hok habangit patain na tabani annerving mi kuyanok Satumi kuyanok Tabra pekro alawaria kanok. Tabra tap tumun to utek kalori utek kalok tunga kanok tap got kanok satu kuyanak. Tabra it kagilang nariga tamna. President Mogalan Corporation tamna. Mr. Tobak tabra habang naligin niya kok tamani. Kuyanak. Yellowknife Center. Tabra Bob Overvol damna kanok taiku kaigabit mga. Kuyanak. Kuyanak kaigabit habang habagabit daw kanok kayo lutin inyong ni kanok leka. Kuyanak. Tuniday will day. The Grand Chief damna Jackson Lafferty kaigabit mga hintaw damna Bobby Overvold damna daw Mark Whitford tabra kaigabit Dr. Tetzel Joseph Tobak daw tap got it ilichori lang narit ka kuyanak mampwe. Tina Apple damna Gamity Elizabeth Romy Watimi tap got kano Dati Tetzel Taiku Satu Hubang daw Bob Overvold mga bit mga kabit tayo para kuyanak. Premier tamna kuyanak. Tamna Imogalan Joseph Tobak tamna kanok kuyanak. Bob Overvold tamna ingilan tapi ministra itak kuyanak. Mark Whitford kuyanak Métis Alliance me abaktok kuyanak.
Reports of Committee on Review of Bills, reports on standing and special committees, reports on
Minitak tamna kaganaktok tap got Northwest Territories 23, 23, 24, 27 tap got palihimat 23, 24 it kagilang narit ka 23, 24 tap got Minister Infrastructure tap got government about tangit infrastructure niktay hu ay tabak pa tap got it kagilang naligit kit ka kuyanak. Environment climate change tamna minitak kanak tap got Northwest Territories mi tap kay nunapting ni tabra kanok nunapting ni tap ko at habak to at ay na kanok 2025 Range Lake. $1.74 to nam piligin niya tabra kanok noon na kaya tam na tugulikan niya kaya Inuvialuktun Lake tabra tayo tapkot kanok ikayok na akluit kanok leka tapkot habak to atay na tapkot nu tam na nu chukalo kaya tabra kanok leka ikayok na nga Boot Lake kaya na 51 million din o lang niya 2024 mi tapkot manit 224 $9 million din at kanok manit tapkot piliin niya kahit kanok leka habang matatay na about takim madreng tay na ikayo na akluitin nyo humilya ka tabi tao ka kanok tapkot habang mata tay na hindi ka kay tapkot tao ka kanok habak to tay na kanok ikayo na tutay na kanok leka humig tutkikay niyak to at kanok leka ikayo niyak to at kanok tam naptap tao ka anervik kanok humilya ka yal na mip tao ka anervik kanok ikayo na kigalok tutap ko init tay na tap ko kanok premier kaklik tam na o karmat qanorliqa tabra tutqikkaarniarlugit havakkaluartut qanoqqavauttarim havauttarinak qigai taapkuata qanorliqa ikayuiniartuat hummik qanorliqa iñungnik tabra tutqikkan laitkait qanoq havauttarigaluarai taap aglaan nakuhingitsoq qanorliqa tabra havangnak igaluarai taapkuat qanoq tutqikkaarniarlugit qanoq havangnak igaluarai taapkuat qanoq tutqinqainiarlugit taap qanoq havangmatatainna tabra taapkuat taamna maningnik munaqri huuraqa tabra Auditor General nik taihugay taapkuat maningnik munaqri nagalunin qimilruira taina maningnik tabra qanoq maningnik atormata iliharniarluting naakalunin ilitsuqipkaarniarlugit inuit qanoq maningnik atortuat kuat uvani igluorpaqqangni taapkuat tauq Range Lake Riding taamna taaktit havaktuat tabra havangitsut qanoq taapkuat havangniartuat qanoq taaktit ikayorniarlugit qanoq havangniargaluartuat aglaan ilaani haperniaqqihuuruq qanorliqa ikayornaqqigaluartut taapkuat qanoq tutqikkaarniaraluarai taapkuat qanorliqa tabra tutqikkaarnaq qigaluaraat qanoq iñuuhiput taapkuat tauq qiyanaq Inuvialuktun Lake qiyanaq taapkuat qanoq taamna tugleriñaariga taamna qanoq tabra taapkuat qanorliqa havangmatataina taamna itqagillerniariga tauq taapkuat qanorliqa tutqikkaarniarlugit qanoq havangmata maani nunaptingni taapkuat qanorliqa tutqikkaarnaqqigaluarai taapkuat qanoq havangmatataina tutqikkaarniarlugu taamna qanoq uhimaa iñuuniarput nakuqqiniarlugu qiyanaq
Rising in
Taamna uqausaqaniariga October 24th uqausaqa taapkuat nalunaaqqugiga ilipsingnen taaviumani taapkuat uqausaqit quvlugit taapkuat uqausaqilleritka aglaan uapkun uqausaqiatka taapkununga ikayoqtiptingnen anniartuleqiyunun uqaqatigipplugillu tamatkuat taaktit munaqsiluunni angalatsiyuat Tas ba asin tap ko na ni asin sabak tilat anyak tulakini nunapting ni uqalaittu aluunniin isamaliulaittu aluunniin uqaliqqangittu aluunniin utaqqat taapkuat sapaqsautaqartua taapkunuuna nutaqaqit tasaba asin taapkuata maita Inuit taimanna maqlagiatka ikayaqtiksamingning ila taapkuallauk savaat litaimanna qimaktait savaatik aglaan qangma taimaaseq taapkunanga tusaayatka ila tusaama yaungilutik uvani angalatsiiptingnin uva inmikun uqausingat taapkuat Inuit savaamingnin qimaktuat tasva ilisimayunga tasvani uqausinga atautsem ilisimayaqa umiktauman taapkuat isimaliuqtip tassavaaqimmatsung savangnermatsung nipiksaaqlugit taapkuasivunniortivut tasva asin qanortun ajoqsautinga angiklivailluni taamna aasiinnikuvinnami qimaktuaq qimaklugu savarani pitqusiksani maligaksanilunniin sapileqlugu tasva taaqtim taaviumanga oqaqatigiamnin imanna ila oqaqtoq Inuit qaunagiiksailam qaunagi sauyuksamnin taapkuat taamna uqausaqiplugu isumaalugiplugu taapkunanga anniaqtuliqiyit inuklivaillutak una inuk imanna isumaalugivaillugu nakugigaluaqaagoq mannanuna Yellowknife aglaan nunamin taunanga nakugivigivailugu manna aglaan taapkuat isumaaluutigiyai taapkuat taaqtit qanoq manna qimangniaqpatsung allamun savugiaqtoqlutik sapeqsaleqamik tasvagoq taapkuat tusaapigiatka Inuit taimanna uqaqtuat ila sapeqsangitkaluaqtut sapeqsaqtillugit Inuit aglaan taapkuat uvaninunami taimanna sapeqsaliutiktik sapeqsaleqamikku inmik ikayoqtait pailunik tasva asin taamna takuyaqa qanoq sapeqsautingit tamatkuat tusqiksarniarpat taapkunuuna tusaavigiplugit anniartuliqiyivut qanoq tusqiksarniarpat ikayorniarlutigik taapkuat tasva uqausiksaungittorluunniin qanoqmi ila sapernavialuktoq isumaliorutigiaptigu taamna qanoq ikayorniaraluarpat tamanna ittoq taapkualuunniin allangoqtuksaqaluat ikayortiviniit qangma taapkuat ikayorniartiksamingnik anniartuliqiyit qineqtuimmata apeqsuutaummata taapkuat tusqiksautiksanik katimavlutiklo tasva taapkuat ikayuutiksatik ilisimayuatun inmatigik sapeqsaituatun taapkunuuna sivunniortauyuannin sivunniortigiyainnin atuaksatik isumaliortitik savaaksatik tasva tarviumunga taapkuat takumayaksavut tapkuat nautseorlutigik tasvagok tamna ikayutauniaungnartuaq iluatun tapkuat savaaksat sut allanguallaglugit taimanna savaalgillu sivunmuktaaqutik sainnik taimanna ilisamayuaqpait taamna sava taamna akpautillayoq sivuniptingninunami sumiliqa akpautillavagaa taamna inuit aippaangani ippaksaq taamna sivunniuqti apqusiuqtuat sivunik uqaqtuat sannaiyayuat taapkuat tasva taapkununga pitqusiqaqtuannun inmik nunaqaqtuat tungaannun ikayuutiksaq taapkununga uqaqpataluunnin inmi uqaqatigivagay taapkuat taamna Inuvialuktun taapkuat isumaliurutigiyat tasva taapkuat ikayoqtiksat taapkuat savautigillayait isumaliurutiksait tutqiumayutun ittut uqaqti taapkuat maani yalunmi Range Lake mi member Inuving Milo taapkuat isumaliurutigiyatka ila sumilliqaatu saamayavut allanguqublugu taapna isuma ayoqsautigilaqtaqput qayanaini Minister.
Green Lake, to the motion. Member from Illinois Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I too want to acknowledge the champion of
Ukot kanok Range Lake minitak taamna kanok tuhagaloak togut kanok tapkot kanok kai kayonak higaloay tapkot kanok tapkot kanok huniakpat kanok ikayuniakpat kanok laka tapkot pinyakigaloktit pihukkalortugutaina kanok laka tutqikarniarlugit inyuhingit tautsikun havangnaqirugut kanok tutqikarniarlugit inyuhingit inuit kanok tapkot kanok havakkaluarai tapkot tutqikarnaqqigaluarai tapkot havaktuat inuit humiliqaatavra ikayornaqqigilawaqauttauq kanok havagniartuat tainna kanok taaktit naagaluunnin humiliqaahavaktuat tainna kanok ikayorpatigit taapkot inuit ikayornaqqiruat tavra kanok tapkot maningnik munaqrihuruat naagaluunnin kanok havaktuat tainna kanok maningnik munaqriruat auditor niktaihugai tapkot kanok havaktuat tapkot kanok tapgot kanok Auditor General Niktay Hugay tapgot ikayu hurat kanok inyong habaktonik kanok kanok habaktotain na kanok ikayo nakigalwagay tain na tapgot Auditor General Niktay Hugay tapgot inyita munakri hurat kanok habang kanok habaktot inyita na naipektoklugit kanok lekatabi kayo nakigalwagay tapgot taina inyong nikikayo hurat taina kanok pinyakigalwagay kanok leka kanok kayo nakigalwagay tapgot habaktot taina kanok tapgot minitat hunek patak nalurunga hune kanok habang nek parung kanok lekatabra pinyakigalwak titkikanak kigalwak titkanok habang matatayin na tabra kanok tabra habak kalwak tayin na ila ni hapekanak kihurok kanok habang nek tap ubani tabra habang nakigalwak tugut hibun mun awla nakigalwak tugut ila ni hapekanak kihurok kaglan ila ni tabra tayin na pihurut kanok tayin na habak parakta nakura mun awleta kuyanak Yellowknife North tapgot tam na nakawari na area tapgot kanok iswak kanyak parung tayin na Auditor General tam na about kanyak parung inyi kanok habaktot mani bani iglok pakpangmi kanok tam na kanok leka hibun mun awla niya kalok tuta aglan ilan ni hapekanyak kihurok tabra hibun mun awla niya kalok tut aglan pingit chutuli tabra tap tuma Auditor General habakpan tayin na ikayokoniakaitluni ukota habaktot mani uvani iglokpakpangni.
Into
Auditor General tutamna takus kaukaloaiga tap konona isamalio tigilugo kanuktun tutkiksaudik saanik tavio masapaksaudipta savagviksak kanuktun sapukutaut tagiapvut sapaksaudipta savangnailutait tap kunungalo savaktuat taimaaqtituannun tap kunalo savaktit sivut sapernaqtuatikut sivulliortivut haalateqtila lasilugillu taimanna sivulliuvialugluta imanna savautigilait kikpukt tasva tamanna inuklivailluta savaktingit nunallaaptingni sivulliortivut tamatkuat savaktillu aasen tamatkuat oqausarilerаарlutigik kituutilaangin taimaauqtuat tasva aasin sivunmun aulatsutik savaguktuat taamna takumalugu aglautiksaanga sannaajarlugu sivulliortaujut aulatsutiksangat sivunmun ilaat sumileqa tamatkuat takumanaqhimmata tos taapkuat aasin sivunniort siutilugit aglallaalutigik kingunmun aulayuat kingunmun aulapkaqtat taimaaqtitauyuat qangma aasin taapkuat Auditor General takut qugumikku taamna sivunmuutiksaagut taapkuat quvianiqivallianiaqungnartoq savautillakpatigut taavimuna iluatun sivunmuutiksaptingnik tasva aasin tamatkuat aglaktavaluit inuits taioqpalequptigik sivunniortipta angmaqpatigik tasvauna taaviumuna aullartitqulugu tamanna tappiqtorniaratka taimanna oqartuat tasva aasin iluatun tutqiksautiksaa saatumi uvangali taimanna aulakpan angeqsimayunga oqautigiyaitigulle ilausuktunga taapkununga Auditor General mun uvani savaktaugapta taapkununa kigloria ingitkikput taaviumuna savangituatigut no taapkuna isamavut ikayuqniaqtuaq inungnun ikayuutiksaq savautigiaptingni taapkuat aasin oqausivut sivunmuktaarutiksainnik sannaajaqsimayuanni tasva uvvaptauq taapkuattauq
the entrepreneur in being cost efficient. On those principles of providing management skills, we need to produce the tools of recognition through an Auditor General's report. And in my view, that'll really help our government to design, recognize where we can pull up our socks and move ahead more efficiently. Many of
Tamat kuato ilani savannak tawaktuat savaktitawaktuat akilaksok akinnaktidlugit savaksait nalunayaqlugit. Tas betap kununaptao ilani temanna nunallaptingni angalatsiaqaruptalunni tapkuat anniaqtuleqillu tamat kununa ilisimajaqpaktan savaktiksaitnik nunallapta education, culture and employment lu tapkuat tapkunaniptaq nunannaktallit saatumi tamat kununa ikayuillayungnaqtut talva atautsikun sivunniortauja tamatkuat ikayuutillayut tasva issumagivakkaka uvangat taimanna ikayuutiksaagun sava ilisaqtitaqpakkuptigik iluatun savautiksainniktauq ilisaquktuat tasva aasin ukpingigiga taapkununga taapkuat takullapsaaruptigit tamatkuat pilguyuat kituutilaangit quyanaini Mampi uqaqtinga quyanaini taamnali uvangali malerunniaqa taamna ismaliorutigiyaat nunaptingni taapkuat ikayuqtaksavut mikit qiyanunallaat suillitaukkermata ikayuqtaksat uvagut maani qaraugalerpaktuanni savakluta uvagut aklaan taapkuat mikiyuat savaaksaituat maninnaktaungittuat ikayuaksavut angiglivet ilaani sapeqsaulerpaktuat anniaqtuleqiit itkaluartilivit aullartitaungittua nangittuatun enernerillu sapeqsaqlutik taapkuatut qiqsa taksariipayut anniaqtuleqinerpkun taapkuat ilaani utaqqivallаарpaktuat taaktileqisuktuat utaqqipkaivlugit taaktileqiit anniaqtuleqiit ilisimayarput tasva uvaptingni taakteqarapta aasin taaktiitut taapkuat inuit ilangit nunallaat takuyaungitut anniaqtuat inuit takusuitkait taapkuat taaktit naluneqtaunginmata tasva taapkuat inuit inmikun aulavaktuat anniaqutitik uqausariaqtorlugi taaqtinun aasin maani ilaani kinguvvauvaktuat annialerpallaaramik ilaani takuyausuittut taapkuat inuinnailuni itqilillu ikayuqtaulerumik ikayuutauniarugnartuat qangma ilisaqtaatik nuullugi taapkununga tasva taimanittami tasva taapkuat ilaa sapeqsautiginiagaat allat inuit maunga savaktariarlutik akinnaktaq torpaaluk takpallak pakludik aglan uvagut inutip tingne ikayok takaktuk sakaluanne nuna inulokammernik. Tuna de walade. Kanaini. Tasaba tap konuna tap quad okaktot tapektorok kila kitkale iloaton inman. Tap quad health and social services. Inuvialuktun sapeksautigiavut. Tasaba savakatigit tap quad nalunayak semayait. Upagok treaty tap quad medicine chest pikaktot. Treaty migok mikiyo chelme inilani sagvaktauyillutika ikayoktik samingnik iman na medical travel tigon kanoktun maningnak tuta kangaksisuillugo tasba asin tabiumuna sabak katigit tapquat anniaqtuli qiyingit aullatakaqtuat isumagivialukkaat tapquat asin inimini inme tasba tamna motion nakugiyaqa tamna sivun mukterutingmata ik uma savaqanma tasba asin tapquat tasba ilani nutaqanikuktuanun nutaqanik saqangilam ilani nutaqanivaktua inimini nunallaamini taimanna iluangitukkun inuugaluaqluniunniin. Qoyanainni uqaqti uvangali malingniaqiga tapko sivunniortaaruttagiyaat uvani savaqanma tapkoalu savakvigiyatka nunamni anniartuliqiyikkun tapkuat savaktiit uuluqtamaan qoquartauvaktuamilu taapkunanga isumaaluutigiyaminak anniartuliqiyit aullalaittualuunniin aullaqtitaulaittorluuni takulpkalaitkaanluunniin tatava aullamayuan nguuqtaununga ikayaqtiliutiblugit ungasaktumun tasvaptauq ilaqani sapeqsaqtukkun anniaqotilgit ilaqani aullaqtitauyuittut ila taapkunani anniaqtuliqhiyit anniaqtuat ikayaqtaksaqayavut nunap qaangani maani nunaptingni maanigaluaq andavutimi quyanaini uqaqti quitslave uqaqtinga quyana uangaptauqsa taamna angerutigiyaqa uqaqtait savaqanma uvani sapeqsautigivialukkikput taimanna taapkunani tusaavigiblugit inuit health savaktimin savakvingmingni savaqatimingnilo sapeqsautigiviulaqpaagaat sivun mootiksan qanoqtun qausiksaqtiksapiligaat qangma savaqatigiktuat taimanna qanoq uqalainnamik uqarvigilainnamikku taimanna pitquseq savaamingnin sapeqsautigivialukkaat ilaanigoq tusqiksautiksa Inuvialuktun naqtortamanna Great Slave Lake oqaqtinga Hare River North Maneuver uvagut kavamaqut uvani ilaliutilait tapkununga tapkualu sabaqatait ukuat ilaliutilaitut oqaqtapsingnun aglaan tadava okay
It's not a silver.
Tapkot oqarillangiarit ka tapkot qanoq taapna healthcare system miktaihugat tapkot qanoq munaqrihurut inungnik anniaqtuanik naagalunin qanoqliqaanniaqtuanik tabra taamna pinyaangitkiga qanoq tapkot qanoqliqa auditor general tapkot qanoq havang niblugit tapkot inuit malirutaliuttit qanoq havang niblutigit quliaqurut taina tabra qanoq pinyaangitsunguuvanga tabra tapkot NWT Territorial Health and Social Services qanoq tapkot ikayorniarugait tapkot inarini humiliqa maaniptaq humiliqa tabra ikayorniarlugit tabra havaktut tabra qanoq tabra uvagut pinyaangit kikput taamna qanoq nakuarinagin nginniarput taamna qanoq rinaq tabra 204 qanoq tapkot qanoq tapkot taamna aglaq taakimitnik taihugait aglaqtaq qanoq tapkot apeqruiraq qanoq taamna qanoqliqa tabra ikayorniaqait inuit qanoq pihuktuat qanoqliqa pihuktuat tabra naalaktuarniariga naalaktuarniaritka qanoqliqa tabra ilitsuġiñiarait tabra ilihaqaniartugut qanoqliqa tabra piniaqtuat tutqikkaiñiartuat qanoqliqa tabra tuhaaniartugut qanoqliqa tabra tutqikkaiñiartuat qanoq nakuariniritka tabra malingniaritka tapkot Yellowknife Center tapkot itqagillangnariga oqari kangi tapkot Yellowknife Center qanoq tapko tabra kanok ukaganengitsit taina araki ikhirit kanokoneakpatit tabra ukalait ukaganengitsit taina kanok kanok pipkaarniarlugit taina kanok havaktinniarlugit taina kanoqleqa aglaan pinyaangitsit uqarneangitsit qanoq qanoq taamnaptauq nuutaqa nakuariga qanoq malingniariga tauq taarna taapkuata qanaqleqa qiyanaq mangin makinniartut taapkuata pihuk kangaataamna nuutaq minita taapkuata nakuareeniqerniaraat motion aul nakuarnaqaat taimaaqtillagniarait nutqaqtillagniarait anu tippaalinga niartugut
Thank you, colleagues. Notice of motion, first reading of bills. Notice of motion, first reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 15, Northwest Territories Indigenous-Led Conservation Fund Establishment Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Pursuant to Rule 8(2)(3), Bill 15 is deemed to have first reading and is ready for second reading. First reading of bills, second reading of bills. Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I seek consent to proceed with second reading of Bill 15, Northwest Territories Indigenous-Led Conservation Fund Establishment Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Minister is asking consent to bring forward Bill 15 to the second reading. All those in favor? Huh? Sorry. There we go. Oh, those guys wanted to say nay up there. Seeing no nays, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member from Hay River North, that
Bill 15 tam na nude niya kanok tap got non-profit nik tayo hugay tap got maning nik utak jitalay $375 million fund. Got the kanok tabar tap got habang matatay na habak dot kanok tap got nuchukit ka. Nakuha ka na tabra nutok. Environment, climate change, damn o kakte. 8.2 bracket 7. Damna Bill 15 noon naktok committee of the whole nik muk naktok. Kaya na. Nakuha ka na katabra. Nutok tabra. Damna Bill 15 17-20 brackets 1 1820 brackets 1 table documents 193 Trinidad wali dia kapil lang nekto.
This is new.
Yep. Trinidad wali dia kapil lang nekto. O kakte anirok.
Call the committee to order. I now call
Tapgot kadi mahurat committee of the whole nikta hugait. Tapgot table docket 1-193 2526. Tapgot kanokle katabra Bill 15 tau kakinerat. Minitak tam na muna maning nika muna krihurok. Tapgot kanok o kakil lang narit ka tapgot 2526 capital estimates nik tahu hugay tapgot kanok $339 million dun tabra kanok bak pangnik kanok leka tabra about tarigait tabra pihugtot tapgot habak bait tamna fire center Fort Smith me Frank Channel Bridge Clitoland All Season Road tamna Kodakpak tamna Mackenzie Valley up Kodakpak Pilionera Wellness Center in Inuvik tamna ptak habak pak Tolsing niktai hugait imakun haba hangarak pang nika auleti o karinera itap kot pinyak tot tap kot o karigait ta housing authority tam napta housing tam napta health and social services mindi tap kot habak kangit taber o karigait it karigait it karinari tam na kanok habang mata kanok tap kot it kaib lugit igluit chat init kanok kanok laka ikayo nak lugit inuit ikakak lugit nunapting ni tabre ikayo nak lugit kanok laka tap kot inming ni ka habang nak tot ikayo nak lugit o kaktok tabre habang nak tutay na hibun mun nak tutay na kanok laka ikayo nak lugit tapkot kanok ikakaklugun napting ni tapkot iglualuit pierniakait kanok kanorleka tapkot kanorleka ikayorniakluit tapkot iglunik atoktot tutqikarlugi taina qanoqatuqtuat tainninik tainnahinik iglunik tapkot the health and social services have qanoqleqatavra ikayuyurat inyungnik taina anniaqtuanik naagaluni qanoq inyuniaqtuanik pihalit chaqnik qanoq tavra taiku
Go general comments. Is the committee agreed to proceed with the details contained in the table documents? Committee? Thank you. We will begin with education, culture, and employment. Please turn to the departmental summary on page 19. Department of Education, Culture, and Employment, 2025-2026. Capital estimates, $2,330,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee will now consider the document of environment and climate change. Please turn to the department summary on page 23. Department of Environment, Climate Change, 2025-2026, capital estimates, $25,096,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. We will now consider the Department of Finance. Please turn to the departmental summary on page 33. Department of Finance 2025-2026 capital estimates, $5,068,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Health and Social Services. Please turn to the departmental summary on page 38. Health and Social Services 2025-2026 capital estimates, $61,932,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now consider the Department of Industry and Tourism and Investment. Please turn to the departmental summary on page 45. Department of Industry and Tourism and Investment, 2025-2026. Capital estimates, $6,649,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now consider the Department of Infrastructure. Please turn to the departmental summary on page 53. Department of Infrastructure 2025-2026. Capital estimates, $184,875,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. We will now consider the Department of Justice. Please turn to the departmental summary on page 62. Department of Justice 2025-2026. Capital estimates, $1,480,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now consider the Department of Municipal Community Affairs. Please turn to the departmental summary on page 67. Department of Municipal Community Affairs 2025-2026 capital estimates, $39,923,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now consider housing, Northwest Territories. I will remind committee that the housing Northwest Territories is included in the capital estimates as an information item, and the totals are not votable. Please turn to the summary found on page 72. Does the committee agree that you have concluded consideration of this information item? Agreed. Thank you. Committee, when we have not concluded all previously deferred items in table documents 193-20 brackets 1, 2025, 2026. Committee, we have concluded all previously deferred items on table documents 193-20 brackets 1, 2025-2026, capital estimates. Does the committee agree that you have concluded consideration of table documents 193-20 brackets 1, 2025-2026 capital estimates? Agreed. Sorry, I'm going to go to the Premier.
Mr. Chair, I move that consideration of table to document 193-20 brackets 1, capital estimates 2025-2026 be now concluded, and that table document 193-20 brackets 1 be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. The motion is ordered. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. I'm going to go to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're in a rush to get to another very important piece of this committee's work, but we do need to. This is a house of debate, and we should be debating things. So, I've been a fan of our political process here, and I've never seen a concurrence motion being brought forward by the government House Leader, the Premier, a Finance Minister, any member of Cabinet before. I think that's significant. And I just spoke to my honourable friend next to me, who served a number of years more than I have, and neither he can remember a time when such a concurrence motion has been brought forward by a minister. And I think that speaks to the fundamental disagreement that some members of this House have with how we are approaching our priorities as a government. The Committee of Accountability and Oversight issued a report about the capital estimates with a broader mandate to look at how the four priorities of the government being met, particularly around healthcare and housing, and ultimately found that the response to date from government was lacking. The Finance Minister mentioned this in her closing comments. What we have been offered in response to those concerns, commitment to remove derelict units, reviewing rent scales that haven't been looked at in 10 years, a 3-year notional housing plan worth $150 million, and I should note notional means costed but unfunded. So it's just a plan that could show what could happen if it was funded. I don't think that's what we meant as a committee when we said prioritize healthcare. We wanted houses built. You look to our sister territory in Nunavut, a third of their capital budget is being spent on housing. I'm sure people will say, well, they budget differently. But the point is, people in Nunavut understand that their government is prioritizing housing. They're building 350 homes. We are building 150 homes. Or doors, I should say. We need to do a better job. We need to do a better job on housing. We need to do a better job on healthcare, and a whole bunch of other files. But to narrow down to those two, the two most pressing issues, the top priorities of this assembly, is what this committee was trying to urge the government to do. The actions that have been promised are not sufficient enough. We need some deliverables that we can take back home to our ridings that matter to people. Members recommended things like shift premiums for nurses and healthcare professionals, minimum contract lengths.
Ikayaw nakigalaw kay tap ko at nurse yurit habak parak to at mani. Nunapting ni kanoglaka. And hintab na nunabun mi 350 housing. Iglu ni nanapay ni linya ko. Aglan mani 150 ni napay niya tut. Kanok. kanok niyak parang tayo, kanok habang niyak parang tayo na. Kanok tutkika niyak parang tayo na habang matatay na. Tabra, kanok habang niyak parang tayo na tutkika niyak parang kanok tapkot himun aulang niyak pata kanok. Kanok habang niyak pata tapkot kanok lakatabra pihala chichaka na kigalwaktut habaw takinaka habang niyak luting himun munawla niyak luting kanok habang nakigalwaktut tutkikay niyak tutkika na kigalwaktut kanok inyuhingit inyuit mani. Kanok pagka kanok tayo na pinyak patigit. Kanok niyak patigit tabra habang mata tayo na kanok hibun mun aulak niyak pata ukat. Tapkot habak pait mani kanok lakatabra habang nakalwaktut pipiakanaktut. Ukakigalwakay tapkot kanok ukakigalwakay tabra habang niyak lugit hibun mun tabra aulang kalwaktut aglantam na pinyangit kika kiyanak. Tamna pachitnik tayo huga tamna maningnik habaktot maningnik kanok atokonayak tot nagalunin atokonayang itronik tabra taptamuna ukakihugay tapkot ukakingay tapkot kanok pinyak niplugut kanok pinyak niplugit tabra habak kaming tabra tayo na tabra tapkot kanok tam na iglunik habang mata tapkot 340 days uvluni tabra kanok tapkot ukakigalwakay tapkot iglut kanok 329 bleni tabra kanok habang nibluting o kakalok tuta aglan pilaichit huli. 300 tama bleni tabra kanok tapkat iglunika o kakalok tut aglan about tangin kait huli. Tapkat tamna inyu tabra tayo nakalok tut iglu kalok tut na aglan pilait kait huli kanok tut kikarniak patigit tayo tut kikarniak patigit kanok igluning niak tut nagalunin kanok tut kikarniak patigit iglut kanok uniak pat.
Where's the fracturing? Well, you know.
Tapkot daw. Tapkot daw. Tasbagok. Votang nakinang mayok toko inuk sapting nik vani kanigliwak. Iglulikinik kanukta iglulikinik isummatiginiak piso. 500 lunin igluksat iluakagisi. Aglan isumaleukutigilaqaarnagu ilipse tutqilaittoq. Tasbagok. Nappaqtuqaangattung government taamna niuviqtaat inillaami Inuit takusaqaluaqpagaat qano angitilaanga taamvima iglu. Tasva nappaqtiqtuqaangat iglu nunaptauq tamanna isumaqaluginaqtoq. Nuna atuqtauvangman. Angiyulluuniin igluqpait mikit gilluuniin tasva. Ila tasva public housing. Taamna uvani Yellowknife mi atuqtauvinaaniaqtuaq public housing. Aglan tapkot utsequtigiyatka angitqiyat ikayoqtaut qablugit nutaqarit Inuit ikayoqluaqtaksavut. Ila tasbagok utseqtornaqiyainni. Tasba imanna. Tapkot quliaqaya tasba ukuat sabaqatima. Iksabaqatima ubluq. Iya tasba uqausiqtusaamagukta government ikayornaqigaluaqtut aglaan ilaani takumasuitkit government taimanna isamaliortamni Aklaan atautsitun kisimik iksivavaktuat. Pannaiktuatun. Ila pisaaqayangit kaluaqtunga. Itaqtauvit. Itaqtauvik aulat kugaluaqlugu uqangitunga. Taspago. Ikayu tauniaqman. Maani Inuit atoktaksangat. Iglut taspa sumalung natqiyat Inuit atoksait maani nuname. Ja. Taspa ilumon ikayu tauvinarniaqtuaq tavimuuna. Ailumne. Ja. Siningnaqtaqtaimaatun iluatun ikayorniaqtuni inungnun. Aklaan. Iklaani. Ikayungit kaluaqlugit unniin. Aklaan aigume Inuit takuma naaqaluaq. Ila taiman ismaqqusaarlusi uqangitunga. Ilaani takunaittukun aglangnaqqtoq taima ismaliuqutikput. Inuit ikayorniatka ilaani quviasa qiava quviasuluqublugut. Mamianagoq tavimunga. Isumalugivalukkiga quviasungitungaluunniin tavimuuna. Ila vuoteqqaarnagilluunni taimanna sivuniksarput tuqqiksuleittoq. Qayanainniattuneq. Inuvik Lake. Inuksaqtaanguuaptusavuvani uqaqayavutamatsa sutjutiksavut ila tamatsa ataqa atitik isum ikiyai taapkununga sutjutiksatik nalunaaqlugit. Qutsingneqpaamilluuniin government aklaan taspa taimanna uqaqtuani sutjutiksarput. Ilaani kinguulleq taamna kavamagiarput sapeqsauteqarluniptauq taimaaqtaqpagmayu taapkuat Inuit uvagut sivulliortaukaqapta. Taimanna uvagut sivulliortauluta uqaqtuani. Taapkunani aasiin katimayillaaptingni uvani ikayuqtiptingni taimanna angalat qublugu na aklaan taspa uvanga apeqsingit kaluaqtugut aklaan budget taamna kisian takupsaaukikput. Aklaan quviasungilutalu taspani takumablugulu tamatkuat akilitaksat angiyut. Aklaan taimanna uqqaaqlugutigut taspani taspa. Qanuqallanguutiksaagallu isumaliuqutiptingni taamna uqqaqablutigulu. Taapkualu uqqaqiaqluta sutjutiksaptingnik sanniaqlugu. Taspa aasiin apeqsuutigiarput. Taamna tusaavigivat Inuit tusaaviattung taamna uqqaqiarpuluvva taspani taamna tusaavit tusavadjo o tusava kia tap kunani katimailani tusap kaktauman aklantasva tamna napsuerniaikput tusaamallaqarlu pingasunngorukkiut kisingortuat savavviksavuk aklantasva tusaaviiplu illu inuit ilminun upautijuat oqariaqtaqattaqtuat tamatsimuni savaaksakun tamna $300 million oqariplu teeman angitigiyoq tasva asin tapkuat asin atuaksarnalunaaqlugu taaviumangamaniqpaalungmik atuaksaayortigu tasva asin taapkunanga nalunaajartaptingnan sivun muutigisukkaat inuit takusukkiga
commitments that they've said they would do, and then of course I will, as I'm sure my colleagues will as well, make sure that we're holding them to account as we move forward. This is not the only time we'll get to vote on a budget in this sitting, in this legislature.
Hibun munaullaqta taamna tapkut qanuqliqa hibun munaullaqanaqqigayatigut taamkut taamna oqari lakput taamna capital budget niktaihugaitta qanuqqa manit atorniaq kangit qanuq tabra qanuq tapkuata tabra hibun mun aullaqniaqtoq taamna capital budget miktaihugai taamna maningnika qanuq habauttariñiakkangit qiyanaq mampui qiyanaq manit kaluaqtuut aglaan inunik haba ikayorniaqluta tabra manit tugut tapkat qanuqliqa hibunmun amullarniaq qaluaqtugut aglaan inuit tabra maunga maungaqtit kangitiguut tabra taapkunanika itqagiblunga maanitunga qanuq ikayorniaqlugitna qanuqliqa 2020 tapkuat qanuq tapkuat uqautivlugita tapkuat inñait qanuqliqa tautsikun havangnaqtoq qanuqliqa hibunmun aulaukkuppi tabra tautsikun havangnaqtoq tabra qanuqliqa hibunmun aulaq naqqigaatigut tapkuat inñait tabra tapkuat uqallautihugaatigut tainna tautsikun havangnaqtoq hibunmugukkupta tainna tapkuat iglut qanuq piñaarmatigit nakuoqqiniaqtut qanuqliqa tabra tainnaqaluartut aglaan pingitsutuli taamna toq Frank Channel Bridge taamna ikaaqavik qanuq tabra Tabra tap ko ta kanok tam na ta Frank Channel Bridge adok para ugat kanok le ka tabra ta akrali pakpas mik tay ugat adokat huli kanok tap ko ta Frank Channel Bridge tam na ikakabik kanok da tam na tutkikak na kigalawagat tap ko tam na tam ko ta ka tua T transmission line tam na akarulap arol alorak pa tap ko kanok tutkikak kinyakalwak tutay tap ko tam na Hongaronika tam na iglu bihurak kanok it Hongarak pangnika habang mata tam na power niktay huga tam na kanok itok it kani inarami tap tabra itok tayo na itok tama ni kit kanitama ni inawaram kanok nakpat kanok kanok habang kalawakat aglan habang itkat huli tap kot inawarat kanok tabra kanok nuchungitchat mani maunga nagalunin inawaramun in kila pechiko edzo tap kot kanok tap kot hapeknya kigalok tuta kanok tap kot inyunak tot inyak tot kanok ikayok nakigalwakay tap kot ilihakvik mika tabra tap kot isoknya kangat tabra pinyakigalwak tok aglan pingit kat huli tap kot tabra klichomi kanok klicho government tap kot kanok habang niyak mata ikayok nakigalwakay tap kot kanok inyuhingi tapernyak kibel tok tap kot inyait
the mandate that we all work together to create it. So, so with
tap kot it kaibulugita nutakkat aulangitsa tabra yauktot I'm vingni tabra kanok ikayok kigalok tutapkot nutakkat kanok lekata tabra na hoklungnik tuktot nagalungnik tapudinik higaklungnik tuktot kanoknek patapkot habang itchot tabra nakungit kalok tuta kanok tapkot hoklungnik tuniyak kairo tauk kanok lekatabr tapkot ikayok nakigalok tut inuit atoktot nahinik tapkot ikayok nakigalok ay tapkot inuit taina tut kikanak tot ingmingnik nako kinyaklu inu hingit inu hikting nako kinyaklu habakkalok tut aglan yani yani kategorit kanok pinyagalok pinyagalok tut aglan yani kategorit kanok ikayok ikayok tait luting tabra nakorinaka tamna budget kayanak tapkot aglangnik mangok chok tabra kanok healthcare tapkot kanok habang naktok kanok hikayui hurot inyungnik tapkot healthcare system niktai hugait kanok hikayui hurot inyungnik umilaka tapkot iglunik kanok isok kigalakait habang nakigalakait kanok iglunik pinyaktot nagalunin kanok tutkikanak kigalakait kanok inyunaktot taina kanok taina
Our public housing stock needs to be larger than it currently is to allow our population to meet their basic shelter needs. As we know, basic shelter is the most foundational aspect of any of the priorities we've set in this assembly. Without basic shelter, people cannot pursue their education, they cannot stay healthy, they cannot keep a job, and we cannot grow our economy. I feel like we've been wishing away the need for more public housing, just hoping or waiting until something or someone else takes care of it. That maybe the Indigenous governments will build enough private housing in each community that those who currently reside in public housing will be able to move out, and that'll free up enough public housing for all the people who need it, even though there's 900 people who are on the waiting list who apparently need it. We just have no evidence to believe that that is actually possible or going to happen. And in fact, all of our evidence leads us to a different conclusion, which is we need more public housing stock. I mean, we've been failing to allocate enough money so far even to take care of all of our existing assets in terms of our public housing stock, let alone allocating money to expand our public housing stock. And we continually look to the federal government for a Hail Mary. If we look to our neighboring territory, if we look at the Nunavut 3000 strategy, we see that it is indeed possible for a territory to increase its public housing stock and to devote its own territorial money, resources, to actually doing that, to making it happen. But why is this important for my riding, for Waikiki North? First, I mean, somewhere between 1/3 to a half of the public housing waiting list is in Yellowknife. So it's not only demand in small non-market communities, but rising homelessness across the territory also has huge impacts on my riding and all of Yellowknife. And I hear about that every day from constituents. Most of the people who have ended up homeless on the streets of Yellowknife are not originally from here. The latest survey from the review of street outreach found that 90% of the people who are using the street outreach services, who are on the streets of Yellowknife, are not from Yellowknife. They've ended up here. Why? A lot of that reason is because of lack of adequate housing in their home communities. So perhaps more than any other issue, housing, and specifically public housing, links all communities in this territory with the ripple effects of chronic underinvestment. And it costs all communities, including Yellowknife. So for these reasons, I feel I have no choice today but to vote against the capital budget. And I don't take that vote lightly. I understand that the
nga ang mga Yellowknife mean inigetchut tabra tapkot kanok leka ikayok na kigalwak tu tapkot. Kanok leka tut kikarne agalwagai tut kikarna kigalwagai tapkot init kanok leka tapkot. Tapkot daw kanok tapkot tut kikarna kangita tabra ikayo na kigalwakay tapkot inuit tayo na inurot kanoleka tabra hamaktot mani habak kaming tabra kanok hukot emalate kanok habang mata habang kaming tabra kanok leka tabra tauchikon habang nakigalwak tut kayo nak satu wakakti tabra tayo na kanok leka tabra habang nakalwak tuk kaaglan kanok leka tabra takpot minitak maningnik munakri kanok habak kalok tuk maningnik kanok tut kikarnak lugit uktuaqaluaqtuut qanorliqa havangniarluit tutqikkaqniarluit qanorliqa taapka qanoq atoqtuat maningnik tabra taamna qanoq tabra imakput naitsoq tabra nakungit kaluaqtoq imakput nunguvluni qanoq qanoq tabra qanoq havauttariikamirrung tamra capital plan niktaihuugait qanoq havangmata hibuniaqput naku qanoq havangnaqigaluaqtoq tabra taamna nakuang iga tabra qanoq ikayorniaritka aqupititka qiinaq tabra qanoq qanorliqa tabra ikayorniaruugait humilliqa tabra qanoq iñuuhiqput nakuqqiniarlugi taapkuat qanoq taapkuat igilungit aimavimni tabra nakungit kaluaqtut qanoq illangit aimavitsuat qanorliqa tabra iñuuniaqaluaqtut taapkuat tannguungitsuat kavamalgit qanorliqa tabra ikayorniaqaluaqait aglaan ikayungitsut uli taapkuat igilutguaq pipiaqanaqaluaqtut aglaan pingitkait uli taapkuat tauq nitaqqat illihaarniartuat qanoq piñaqaluaqtut aglaan igiluitsut tauq illangit igilungit nakungitsut tabra ikayornaqqigaluarai taapkuat iñuit qanoq ikayornaqqigaluarai taapkuat nutaqqat taigulaitsuat naagaluni qanoq hapiqñaqqik ruaqiñuuhingit taapkuat tauqa qanoq taapkuat inñait ikayornaqqigaluarai taapkuat iñuit iñuuniartuat qanorliqa illihaarniaqaluarait illihaarniaqaluaqtut aglaan illaani hapiqñaqqiguuruq qanoq taapkuat iñuuhingit nakungitsut kanokay kayo nakigaloakay tapkot. Tam naptaw kay kayo ihuratin yung nikmanichot kanok kemilongay nakigalaway tapkot kanok habak kanok awlarotain na tapkot. Tabra tapkot inyakoktot tabra kanok kayo nakirunda nalaktol nakigaloak tapkot ang yakabot nagalun tapkot inyakoktot nalaktor nakigaloak tut. Nitakkaputa in our in I'm a bimnita bread nakung chutin you hingit kanok ikayok para or kanyuk tam na I'm a bimna kanok lakay kayo naklugit havakaloktut tapkot I'm a beach shot I'm a beach shot kayo nakigaloktut hapernya kapel kalokto kanyu yakput I'm a bimni tapkot kanok ay niya ngitsunga ka tam na capital budget big kaya nak Prime Lake kaya nak
I think the first thing I want to say is, you know, just an expression of how much I respect and value the positions of my colleagues, and the different perspectives that are shared here, you know, regardless of whether which way you go on this vote in particular, or any vote really. You know, I deeply appreciate, respect and value our democratic process and the people who put us all here to represent them. And part of that respect is respecting the different voices that are brought to the table. So I appreciate the comments of the previous speakers. bottom line for me on this one, I don't want to repeat too much of what's already been said. Like I said, I appreciate those comments, and we've all got places to get to, families to go home to or call. And the real sticking point for me on this one, similar to my previous colleagues who kind of spoke to housing, the ultimate sticking point for me was a word, the word notional. The word notional that meant a notional commitment to a plan, but wasn't able to fully commit to that, not knowing where necessarily the money would come from. And I think the member for Yellowknife North kind of spoke to being prepared to have the conversation about what we need to do in order to shift our resources towards our priorities as necessary. And as I've been saying through this process, I'm very open to that conversation. Still looking forward to having it. And so I was looking for us, similar to the member for Yellowknife North, to not be notional about our planning, but to make a plan, commit to it, be willing to fund it with our resources. Ultimately, when we came together as AOC and drafted the letter that we all ended up publishing in this House, making public by tabling in this House, I wouldn't have put my name behind that letter if I didn't mean it, and I was not prepared to stand by it. I am prepared to stand by it, and I will do so today. I want to speak briefly to the conditions of housing in my riding, in Yellowknife, in the communities in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Chair, before taking on this role, I served for a number of years as on the board of directors of the Yellowknife Housing Authority. Got a good idea as to what the housing issues are in our community, my community. In particular, the most impactful moment I had during my time on the authority was when we went on a tour of some of the housing in Yellowknife. Some of the structures were fairly new, were exciting to look at, and I was happy about what is being brought forward for residents. But some of the places where people are living in Yellowknife, the conditions are appalling. They're I don't know if I can quite find words for it, but the best way I can illustrate what I felt when touring through those buildings was no child raised in a building like this is being set up to succeed. And it stuck with me. I had absolutely no doubt in my mind whatsoever when I put housing at the top of my list when I ran for election, that this is an issue that we need to resolve. Very few people write you a message or call you up and say, this is the exact reason I voted for you, but when you put a platform on the table, you have to assume that it had some role in getting you elected. Housing was at the top, and so I feel a strong obligation to keep it at the top until I feel that we're making substantive progress towards it. And so for me, what I wanted to see was more than a notional commitment, was for this government to really step up, allocate resources to our housing crisis as we need to in order to lift people out of the conditions that I just described. It's very important to me, and it remains important to me. For that reason, I join my colleagues who will not be supporting the capital budget. And, I appreciated the comments from the member for Inuvik Lake. He was kind of mentioning, we're taking a very somewhat operational perspective on the budget through capital budget negotiations, but as the member for Range Lake noted, this is the tool that we have. And so I was prepared to use that tool to put pressure on the government. And I want to be clear, like some previous members have been clear also, that you know, I very much appreciate the position, the very difficult position that the finance minister's in. Appreciate and respect that perspective. I appreciate the various, you know, concessions and the seriousness with which Cabinet approached the concerns brought forward by regular members. I do have confidence that they are taking us seriously. We didn't quite get where I wanted to get to, and that is part of how this system works. Something that I wanted to, I always like to kind of come back to this because it's a bit of a passion of mine, but something I did kind of want to note is something that I noted to the clerk the other day during one of our chats, that you know, sometimes things can be really difficult in here. This is not an easy job. It's certainly a job that involves a lot of pressure. It's a job that pits very strong perspectives against one another between people who I care about, people whose perspectives I respect greatly. But as I said to the clerk, you know, we are having the right conversations here. We're here fighting about the issues that matter to the NWT. We're here fighting is the wrong word, but we're here kind of discussing the major policy issues that this government is facing and the directions that we're going to go with the territory. And that is what is described by practitioners as healthy conflict. It's the right kind of conflict to be having in a building like this. So I want to just kind of highlight that and note that I think that we are having the right conversation, that the conversation we're having right now is the right one. You know, I've landed on the position that I have. I wanted to stand strong in the position that I took, and I will continue to do that. So I think that wraps up my comments on the capital budget for today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to maybe take a moment here and I'll swap out with a member from Satu to fill in his chair.
Members, we will have the next member from Great Slave. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a year of hearing my colleagues demonstrate the unbelievable need for basic services in small communities. It's been a year of cleanup after major events. It's been a year of heartache and hurt, and so many of us are still raw bundles of nerves trying to find some peace. I've been told that 15 to 20 years ago, working here was a bit of a party. The diamond companies were swinging, the trips to Ottawa were fun, ribbon cutting happened, and it sounds like there were a lot more laughs. And that's no longer the case. Fast forward to now, and the honeymoon of the 20th Assembly is long gone. Urgent emergencies still exist. Climate change is hammering us in different ways year after year. My colleague from the Satu has detailed his constituents' need to see resources flow while it's still possible in the winter season for capital projects, as they clearly can't get it moving in the summer by barge due to low water levels. Every day in this building, I hear the frustration of members that we can't adequately help residents with their most basic needs, most notably in housing and healthcare. We are scrambling to help, and many days feels like we're stuck on a leaky boat with a tiny cup to bail out water. I agree with my colleague from Frame Lake who spoke earlier today to the fact that systems of how we budget, plan, and make good decisions in the GNWT need to change and adapt to this new reality we find ourselves in. Members have asked for real change and investments in housing and healthcare. We set out on that path after setting our priorities just a little over 9 months ago. Unfortunately, moving at the speed of government, that's the blink of an eye. And that is also a frustration for anyone who has ever been in government and for those who haven't. To make meaningful systemic change takes time, effort, and likely tears. I want to speak to notional. Notional is something I hoped that Cabinet would drop from their offer, and they haven't. The reality of funding for housing means it can't be anything but notional. Nunavut 3000 started out as notional, and they worked from there. So, I still have high hopes. Those high hopes might end like a lead balloon, and that's on Cabinet to pull out. I have a personal touchstone in writing by the writer Paul Ford that I return to again and again. Quote, "There is this set of heavy lenses mounted on a steel base. Each lens is 8 feet across. Looking through them, the world is blurry. Turning these lenses is exhausting. It wears out the muscles, it takes all your energy, an inch a day each, and maybe you have 3 whole revolutions to go on before you end up in focus. It'll take 100 years to get a clear picture of the world. I'll be dead by then, but in the meantime, some focus is better than none." End quote. I have heard focus and visions in conversations with Cabinet. I have faith in both of the ministers in housing and healthcare holding those portfolios. They have shared some confidential information with members that have a bold vision in the near term, and it's not my place to speak to that detail. But I have confidence that those heavy lenses are being turned in earnest. I'm happy to say that I have good relationships with these ministers, and they're doing the best they can, as quick as they can, with the tools they have, while also trying to build new tools at the same time. That's the sticking point, it seems, what is possible today and what can be accomplished quickly. To that, I'd say for real and lasting and crucially meaningful and impactful change, that takes longer than 9 months. In this instance, and for the urgency of the issues facing the SAW2, and for what I see as mainly a pared-back capital budget, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you to the member from Great Slave. We will move on to the next speaker, the member from Inuvialuktun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I came in as the MLA for Inuvialuktun in the 19th Assembly and re-elected in the 20th Assembly. When I came to this job, I came with good experience. What I brought to the table is, as a tradesman in the carpentry, I built a lot of homes throughout the north, worked for PCL, Clark Builders. I did my time in the construction industry, worked in construction management, and before even Nunavut was here, I worked all over the whole Northwest Territories. And I also sat on the National AFN Housing Board back in the 1990s, late 1990s. And even at that time, right across Canada, we're probably about 120,000 homes short. And here in the Northwest Territories, today, we're about 10,000 homes short. And back in the early days with the GNWT government, they had a really good program in place with the Government Canada and CMHC, where they built home ownership programs. They had money for emergency repair programs, money for senior citizen home repair programs. Home improvement program was a big one, where they retrofitted homes. And these homes now, today, are aging out about 40,000 homes. The life cycle of a house is about 50 years before you need a complete retrofit. And it's a big issue here in the north in regards to housing. I brought this up in the 19th Assembly and spoke passionately about it. And here in the 20th Assembly, I'm doing the same thing again. But when I ran for MLA for Inuvialuktun, housing was one of my top priorities. And what I heard was, you know, we got to do something about housing. We need home ownership repairs. Just imagine if the fire marshal comes into our communities and look at our HAP houses today, and that's been built back in the late 80s, it'd be concerning. So I'm really concerned that if that ever happened, how are we as a government going to deal with that issue, with the housing crisis we already are in? So I've put forward ideas because I brought forward issues on housing to the housing minister back in the 19th Assembly and the 20th Assembly. When we got together as MLAs, when we first got elected in the 20th Assembly, we listened to all the leaders up and down the valley that came to Yellowknife. All the MLAs came forward and brought their issues forward, and we came up with 4 priorities. And housing was number 1. And I'm deeply concerned here in the 20th Assembly that we're not putting a lot of money into the efforts of home ownership, affordable homes, and how are we going to meet the demands of about 10,000 homes short we need today? So there is a big concern, and I know that when this government, when we put in the Premier and the Cabinet Ministers, a lot of housing issues were carried over from the last Assembly. In the last Assembly, I asked a question about austerity, and basically it was said that at the time that this issue will be brought forward to the 20th Assembly. Now we're at $2.29 billion as a government, $1.6 million in the deficit. We're $1.6 billion that comes from grants and contribution from Government of Canada, and that's probably earmarked for Indian, Métis, and Inuit. And it feels like, for me, anytime I go to government and ask for help, it's like I'm becoming a beggar in my homeland and going to the government to ask for help for our people in their small communities. And it's really tough, especially when we have that kind of money that comes from Ottawa, from the Crown. And that's something that I'm hoping that this government in the 20th Assembly will take a look at. But right now, the word's been thrown around here is noticeable. That was brought up in our caucus meeting. And believe me, that when we went into a caucus meeting we had, it was a tough go-around because we all had our own views about housing. We brought forward our issues. We had disagreements, and I do apologize to my colleagues. Sometimes we step on each other's toes, but at the outcome, at the end, is that I think what we want to bring forward, what we're hearing from our people in the community. And the cabinet is, you got a good premier here, we have a good cabinet. We just got to figure a way as to how we all go work together. And, at the end of the day, we're all in the same ship here. But somehow, I don't want to lose sight of what the vision here of the North is going to be in the 20th Assembly, is that housing is number 1. We have to figure a way going forward that we could look at new ways to deliver housing, home ownership repairs, etc. I put forward an initiative because I already knew that every time I went to go see the minister, I knock on the door, they said they got no money or they got policies that says I can't help you. So I put forward an idea that I wanted to do home ownership inspections in my riding, and figure what the houses, what state they're in, and figure out what it costs to bring up that unit to code. And do that for all 4 communities. And then work with the GWT government, because I'm tired of trying to say, okay, well, it's all on you, but no, I got to figure a way how we could work together. And I'm really happy that this cabinet had approved the monies to put aside to do this work. But I think that it will go a long way if we continue to build that relationship. Because at the end of the day, is that if a lot of these houses get written off or they burn down or something happens and the fire marshal steps in, shut these units down, we're going to be in big trouble. So I think it's a great idea that we continue to build that relationship. And even if this motion here today is defeated, we have to figure a way that it's going to continue to be in the main estimates so that we don't lose sight of that. Because, you know, at the end of the day, the people in the small communities throughout the Northwest Territories really need help. And we are elected to be here for them and trying to look for solutions. So, Mr. Chairman, you know, this has been a very sensitive subject for me for a very long time. As you know, our treaties are there. Our treaty rights are recognized in the Canadian Constitution. We have UNDRIP. You know, we have a lot of treaty right issues here that needs to be talked about. But I'm hoping maybe through the Council of Leaders, we really need to take a look as to how we're going to talk about constitutional reform. Because sooner or later, all our claims are going to get done. We're going to be in a better position to start looking at self-government and manage some of these affairs that we can look at. And I'm hoping that through the Jim Burke report, I'll table probably in the next session and continue to build on that. So, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'm in favor of voting against the budget on this one here because it doesn't go far enough. And I'm doing this on behalf of my people. We are in a housing crisis. And the top priority of this government is just not meeting it right now. And I'm hoping that we'll continue to work together to make sure that we resolve this issue and look for new ways to provide better homes for the residents of the Northwest Territories. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you to the member from Inuvialuktun. We will pause for a minute.
Thank you. Next on my list I have is the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will try to not take the full 10 minutes here. Mr. Chair, I wanted to make sure there's some clarity. I hope there's some clarity around what happens by voting down the capital budget and what message is being in fact sent. Mr. Chair, respectfully, we are saying no to capital projects and to the capital when we vote down the capital budget. And contrary to a lot of things often asked about improving our planning, improving our efficiency, doing better in all of those regards, this does the opposite. We vote down the capital budget, there is no appropriation for capital spending done now. So best case scenario is that we're waiting till February to bring it all back, which means there's no contracting, there's no procurement, no one can plan, can't arrange for supplies to be ready, and certainly can't arrange to have things ready to move as of April 1st, because we might not pass the budget. We might not pass it till March 31st. That is exactly why several jurisdictions, particularly jurisdictions that are challenged with supplies and remoteness, do split their capital budgets to a fall sitting from the fiscal operating budget that happens in the winter sitting. Because if we don't pass it now, we can't do all those things. So we're left waiting to see what may or may not happen. So in a jurisdiction, Mr. Chair, where we have heard many of us in this room talk about uncertainty as acting as a chill on private investment, Mr. Chair, voting down a capital budget in October is a chill on private investment. We are deciding not to support the private sector in the Northwest Territory on small capital projects, on large capital projects, on projects on which they depend. So this puts projects at risk, not all of them. Not all of them, Mr. Chair. Some might kick around and some might wait till April, but it certainly undermines planning. It certainly does stop the procurement. It doesn't promote private sector, and it tells everyone that we're prepared to sacrifice every single other project in here for other principled positions. And Mr. Chair, I know that I have certainly been in this room now for many years. I've had an MLA colleague on the other side in the last government vote against the capital budget every single time on principle, every time. So that's fair. I don't want to at all be seen to be suggesting that that's not an appropriate stand to take at some times, but let's be clear about what we are voting down, if that's the choice that we're making. Mr. Chair, on that note, again, I want to make sure that I want to be fair. Cabinet sometimes is one of the hardest things of being on cabinet. We have constituents, we have residents, we hear from people. The challenges are not lost on us, and the idea that they are is unfair. But the conversations that we have as a group of 19 members, in my view, respectfully, go far more and far beyond the idea that we're just not listening or trying hard enough, that the public servants, senior members right down to the front lines don't care and aren't trying hard enough, and that somehow by voting down the budget that changes that. All right.
I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake to the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Rule 3.3 brackets 2 or 3.2 brackets 3, Minister is alleging that members during this debate have attacked the integrity of the public service in handling issues, and I do not recall anyone saying that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister of Finance to the point of order to respond.
Mr. Chair, I am more than happy to retract those comments. I certainly didn't want to leave any impression that members of this House don't respect the public service. So I apologize and I take it back.
You got time. Continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I do want to speak to the letter that was sent, much of which was ultimately read into the House. Mr. Chair, that letter was very lengthy and spoke at many points about wanting to see a plan, seeing cultural shift, then to see leadership change, then in other respects to see a plan, again to see more changes in policy, to see changes in procedure, to see action plans, to see ambitious planning, and so on and so forth. That's not all that was there, Mr. Chair. I certainly don't want to leave that impression either, but there's a lot of requests for different plans, different processes, different policies, different approaches to leadership. And Mr. Chair, it was our effort in engaging in the conversations that we did to respond to that with proposals for leadership change, with proposals for policy change, and with an approach that could lead to the culture shift that would then accomplish all of what's in these letters and all of what all of us here want to see. Mr. Chair, there's millions of dollars pouring in to the territory for housing. It is not all coming to the Housing Corporation of the Northwest Territories. Although that said, the Housing Corporation in the last several years has been successful in seeing significant tens of millions of investment come in. The federal funding cycle does not always align well to our funding cycle, and so I'm not in a position to sit here and say that we can remove the word notional from the $50 million commitment that we expect to be able to make. I don't want to sit here and pretend that I have an answer for that. I do believe that we'll be in a position to spend $50 million, and in fact, I believe the Housing Corporation will probably be in a position to spend more. But Mr. Chair, it's not fair or appropriate for me to simply say no problem and hope it's fine when I can't actually say exactly where it's going to come from. I do think it will find that money. There's engagement happening not only from the Housing Corporation, but from the Department of Infrastructure and the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs with our federal counterparts to see these problems addressed. And some of the offers that we've made and the discussions that we've had around changes in leadership and changes in approach involve creating better systems for engagement with MLAs. One such, for example, just ways by which we can bring one another together. We're all hearing from residents, and we want to make sure that we're doing that in a way that doesn't bring us to the brink of not passing a capital budget. Which again, so really at that point, Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up with that. There are projects throughout this capital budget that go to every single community. There are projects in this capital budget that go to small communities. There's projects in the capital budget that will link communities. Everything from transmission lines in Fort Providence, transmission line to Wati. There are housing projects, planning for long-term care facilities, extension of the Inuvialuktun runway. Mr. Chair, I know we've been dealing with this for the last 2 weeks. At the same time, the conversation here isn't about all of these projects. I realize there is one other priority that people are concerned about, but we aren't going to advance the issue of needing housing if we can't bring the supplies up on the road, particularly the Mackenzie Valley Highway. We aren't going to be able to connect those houses if they can't be connected to power systems. They are going to struggle if the municipal funding, the municipal capital funding that is in here doesn't flow to the municipalities who are responsible for water and sewer systems, who are responsible for the waste management systems. It does all need to fit together. It's a lean plan, Mr. Chair. I get that it's a lean plan. Everyone's heard me stand in the House and say that we have to already increase the borrowing limit. Times are challenging, but again, the kinds of shifts that we were hoping to make to bring about these policy changes and to move forward in advance of the main estimates, in our hope was one that would respond adequately and allow us to get to a place in the main estimates that shows some of the outcomes of that policy shift and culture shift that every one of us members in this House want to see. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments from members? Thank you. The motion's in order. To the motion, it's been asked to have a recorded vote. Oh, sorry, do you want to speak? Okay, thank you. To the motion. The question's been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Sorry, it's earlier they had asked for a recorded vote, so I'm going to go back to the motions. To the motion. To the motion. Question? Question has been called. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Hay River North. The member for Hay River South. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. the member for Nunavut, the member for Sahtu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Thabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake.
Thank you. All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. Thank you. The results of the recorded vote, 11 in favor, 5 opposed. Motion carried. Documents 193-20 will be reported as ready for consideration in formal session through the form of appropriation bill. Committee, we have agreed to consider Bill 15, Northwest Territories Indigenous-led Conservation Fund Implemented Act. Excuse me. I will ask the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to introduce the bill.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to discuss Bill 15, Northwest Territories Indigenous-led Conservation Fund Establishment Act. I would also like to thank the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for receiving a technical briefing on the legislative proposal on October 23rd. Based on the feedback from committee, several amendments were made to the bill before you today. The NWT Project Finance for Permanence, or PFP agreement, which has been renamed the Our Land for the Future Agreement, was negotiated by the partnership of 23 Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations, the Government of the Northwest Territories, Government of Canada, and 3 private donors. The agreement will provide long-term funding for Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations to support Indigenous-led conservation, stewardship, and related economic diversification. The process was Indigenous-led. Negotiations involved extensive collaboration, discussions between the partners, with the Indigenous Leadership Initiative acting as a facilitator. In August of this year, final draft PFP agreement negotiations were completed. I have approval as Minister of Environment and Climate Change to sign the PFP agreement on behalf of the Government of the Northwest Territories. A signing ceremony will be held on November 14th in Betchico, Canada. Canada is currently seeking approval to sign the agreement. While this agreement has not yet been signed, we will be tabling a copy of the agreement tomorrow for the purposes of transparency and for the ease of reviewing the bill. The Our Land for the Future Agreement makes no changes to our existing regulatory or decision-making structures in the NWT, nor does it commit the GNWT to establishing new protected areas. The bill before us today would establish the Our Land for the Future Trust as a not-for-profit body corporate for the purpose of holding, investing, and managing funds contributed to the trust in accordance with the PFP agreement, distributing funds to eligible Indigenous partners to carry out core activities in accordance with the agreement, and supporting the partners in achieving the purpose, vision, and objectives of the agreement. Establishing a trust in this way will provide the strongest case to the Canada Revenue Agency that the trust will be able to receive and disperse tax-exempt funds. I look forward to Committee of the Whole's review of Bill 15. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does the Minister wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I do.
Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Does the Minister please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to my left, I have Mr. Charles Hunter, Senior Advisor, Executive in Indigenous Affairs. To my far right, I have Ian Remy, Legislative Counsel for the Department of Justice. And to my immediate right, I have Amy Kennedy, Assistant Deputy Minister, Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. As the bill was not referred to the Standing Committee for review, I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 15. Any general comments from members? Seeing none, does the committee agree that there are no further general comments? We will proceed to clause-by-clause review of the bill. Thank you. Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. There are 14 clauses in the bill. Please turn to page 2 of the bill, clause 1. Does the committee agree? Clause 2, does the committee agree? Clause 3, does the committee agree? Clause 4, does the committee agree? Clause 5, does the committee agree? Clause 6, does the committee agree? Clause 7, does the committee agree? Clause 8, does the committee agree? Clause 9, does the committee agree? Clause 10, does the committee agree? Clause 11, does the committee agree? Clause 12, does the committee agree? Clause 13, does the committee agree? Clause 14, does the committee agree? Committee will now return to the bill number and title, Bill 15, Northwest Territories Indigenous-Led Conservation Fund Implementation Act. Does the committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does the committee agree that Bill 15, Northwest Territories Indigenous-Led Conservation Fund Implementation Act is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 15, Northwest Territories Indigenous-Led Conservation Fund Implementation Act? Agreed? Thank you. Minister, and to your witnesses, I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses out of the chamber. Thank you. Thank you. What is the will of the committee? And we'll go to the member from Inuvialuktun Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now rise to report progress. Thank you. Okay, sorry. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Motion carried.
Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee has been considering table documents 193-20(1) and Bill 15, and would like to report progress with 2 motions carried. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee of the whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Redo. Member from the Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, your committee has been considering table documents 193-20(1) and Bill 15, and would like to report progress with 2 motions carried. That Bill 15 is ready for 3rd reading, and that consideration of table documents 193-20(1) is concluded, and the House will concur that those estimates and the appropriation bill to be based thereon be introduced without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee of the whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Trinidad-Willity. Can I have a seconder, please? Member from Sot 2. What was that, member from Inuvialuktun? You thought it was a good decision? Thank you. Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Member from Tabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to waive Rule 8.4, Bracket 10, and have the Speaker put Bill 15 on the orders of the day for 3rd reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Environment and Climate Change has asked for unanimous consent to move Bill 15 onto the orders of the day. Any nays? Seeing no nays, you may proceed. Let's go back to that. Somebody wants to go trick-or-treating. Okay, let's get going here. 3rd reading of bills. Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honorable member from Hay River North that Bill 15, Northwest Territories Indigenous-Led Conservation Fund Establishment Act be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member 2. Motions in order. To the motion. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to rise in support of this piece of legislation. Bill 15 represents a very important relationship that this government has with First Nations and Indigenous governments across the territory. This bill will establish a trust that will allow around $500 million of money to flow into the Northwest Territories for a whole bunch of purposes around conservation, Indigenous guardian programs, economic development, and the list does go on. It's quite exhaustive. And I think one other thing that's very remarkable is the speed at which the legislation's moved through, which shows the strength of our institution, that we are able to move quickly when things need to get done. And I commend the minister for bringing this forward. I commend the cabinet for bringing this forward and getting it done so quickly. And we've had very patient guests in the gallery, many dignitaries from Indigenous governments who are very passionate about this legislation. And I'm glad we could work through this today as an assembly and make it worthwhile for your time you've put into our proceedings today. So thank you again to the minister, to the cabinet, and I will be supporting this legislation.
Thank you. Member from Rangeley Lake. To the motion. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I also support this bill, first and foremost, because I support self-determination of Indigenous governments. And I support Indigenous governments taking the lead on taking care of their own lands and resources. I know that this bill has followed an unusual process, unusual path, but I also recognize that we're still in the process of charting a new path of co-governance with Indigenous governments. And there needs to be some give and take on all sides. And I hope we will get to a place where we have better procedures where we can all work together comfortably in this process of co-governance. But I'm proud today that we have done something that can provide a vehicle that will allow Indigenous governments to have the resources they need to move forward with taking care of the land. So I wholeheartedly support this and look forward to where this initiative takes us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North. To the motion. Member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be supporting this bill, number 15, in consultation with the leadership that I represent and the dialogue we've had. I'm happy to support it. Mussy.
Member from the Sawtooth. To the motion. Member from Tuna-Day-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too stand up and rise and give support to Bill 15. This is something is really much needed for our communities, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, this Bill 15 is on the road to looking at a constitutional reform, and I'm hoping that this bill will rise with the Council of Leaders as well as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Tuna-Day-Willity. To the motion. Member from Range Lake.
Yeah, peas in a pod.
Everybody's the same, we know. I won't take much time. Obviously, anybody who knows me and follow my campaign and follow me here, I'm in full support of Indigenous governments. I'm in full support of reconciliation. This one, Mr. Speaker, is a no-brainer. I commend the cabinet and the minister for bringing it forward and has my full support. Thank you.
Nunavut Lake. To the motion. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a long day, so I'm not going to stand and make a long speech about this one, but just wanted to also express my support for this, echo some of the comments made by my colleagues about reconciliation and self-determination, which are things that matter to me and I support. Happy to support this. Looking forward to seeing that it brings resources into the territory that we haven't had previously for First Nations to move forward with not just conservation, but realizing the benefits of conservation of their lands. So happy to support it. I think it is an act of reconciliation by the House, and it's certainly something that I support. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. To the motion, member from Yonley Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike, I'm going to use all my 20 minutes. No, no, I'm kidding. It's been a long day. No, I won't be using my 20 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I too want to rise in favor of this initiative. I've spoken to some of the leadership. I certainly like the intent it's was sold to me on, the initiative. It's a great investment of new dollars. We should not overlook the fact that this brings not only federal government dollars to empower Indigenous organizations and groups, but peoples and families, and help protect our environment. This is all good stuff, Mr. Speaker. The one thing of note, though, I would say that this it shouldn't go past, and I know we're all pretending it didn't, but you know, I think it's important that we remind ourselves of how we went through this process, how we need to work closer together. And you know, I was never a believer that this wouldn't get to this point and believe in the sense of succeed. But you know, there are, you know, like all legislation and challenges, there's ups and downs. And I would say that I think ILI did their part, and I certainly say the government, you know, could have warmed up with us a little sooner on some of the information. And but the members, I think, did their heavy lifting and our due diligence as were required by all. And so I'm glad that we got it through. And from what I understand, is this works with their hoped time frames. And the important part is to stress, as I finish, Mr. Speakers, you know, the Assembly needs to be and wants to be partners with these folks as well, and these governments, these peoples, and these initiatives. So it's a lot all bundled together, but lastly is it's a great thing. Thank you.
Member from Yonley Centre. To the motion, member from Mophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do support this bill as well. I am pleased. I know that there's a lot of people are going to benefit from it in NWT. I know everyone's going to benefit from it. So I am pleased to see the good working relationship between the Cabinet and Indigenous government, which we never had before. So we are making progress. So I am quite pleased about that. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Mophie. To the motion. Question has been called. The member has asked for a recorded vote. To the member from Tabacho. Sorry. The debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that a lot of the tremendous words from my colleagues here in this House have certainly relayed the message of the importance of this initiative and how beneficial it will be to the territory. I would be remiss if I did not stand up here and thank my colleagues in this House for the tremendous amount of work. I know this was a difficult process that was not the norm. We asked a lot of the regular members and cabinet to move this forward at the pace in which we did, and for that I'm truly thankful. I also would like to recognize the amount of work that went into this initiative from ILI, from the Indigenous governments, from the GNWT, from all of the staff that were involved to get this through today. And I'm truly, I stand up here with a lot of pride to be part of this group of Northerners, both in this House and up in the gallery and in the communities and watching around the NWT, to sit here and be able to say that we accomplished this. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member, Minister of Environment and Climate Change. To the motion. Question has been called. And member from Minister for Environment and Climate Change has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Thabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvialuktun, the member for Nunakput, the member for Tunadé-Willade, the member for Satu, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand. Thank you. All those in favor, 17. Those opposed, 0. Abstentions, 0. Bill 15 has passed. Before we get on to this, I would like to actually thank Dottie Tetso. This started 2.5 years ago where she sat there and looked at me and went, "You want me to do what in this time frame?" Thanks to her leadership, the Indigenous government's leadership, last year's cabinet and this year's cabinet for getting this done, and I look forward to the success we are moving forward. So thank you very much, and again, thank you. Third reading the bills. Third reading the bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Friday, November 1st, 10 a.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions, reports of committee on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, motion 45, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, committee report 17-20 bracket 1, committee report 18-20 1, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, November 1st, 2024 at 10 a.m. Thank you very much.